Good morning. Today is 30th of July 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Doomben. This is in Queensland, Australia. This is how the track looks like. The ground reading today is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 350 meters and we've got about 9 races today here. And we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes, or there are better horses, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 2 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is where we refer to the scratchings and the odds. So that's what we have. And we'll take down the odds for the first one. We'll see what's going on. 4, 5, 11 has been scratched. We'll see if we have 4, 5, 11. No. Two, 1, 3, 7. That's the odds. I still don't have a feed. So that's the odd. Let's see what's going on. We'll get the feed in a while, probably. The ground reading is soft today, but it should not be a problem. It's not heavy. It is soft 5 or soft 6 as of now.
Leaving us with 64 and only 2 out. With a couple of scratchings. Now 280. It's not the most popular runner. Rasp is the most popular runner here. This is the Victorian horse, 460 we bet. It's now into $3.40. There's double the amount of money on it compared to Indigo Star. So they might start a bit closer together in the betting. Dance with Destiny, $8.50. Tembaloa is at $9.50. And Kikora, a $10 chance. Rach is at $10, dollars at 11, Sleuths at 14. Best back's been this Rasp, the Victorian horse. Mick?
Yeah, look, I think it'll be pretty hard to beat too, Rasp. He's more than likely going to settle back in the second half of the field. Looking at his runs down there in Victoria, he's been giving them a decent old head start. He'll certainly be behind the other favourite, Indigo Star. Racing and Sports have Rach pushing forward from an outside gate, and I think that's pretty right. Indigo Star won't be too far away either. I'm going with Rasp on top. I really like this horse's latest run. This was down at Bendigo over the 1,400 metres where he gave them a big head start, but I really like the way he worked into the race over the final 200 metres or so. He just had to balance up once he got around heels and he really attacked the line. Now, he steps out to 1,600 metres today, which I think is definitely in his favour. If you go back 2 starts ago, his previous run was just as good at Ballarat when finishing third behind Next Step Iowa. He's really relishing these wet tracks, and with further rain this morning, I think that only enhances his chances. So I'm happy to put him on top. Rasp, the Victorian visitor, over Indigo Star, who covered plenty of extra ground last up there on the Kenzo when finishing third behind Invisible Magic, was only beaten 2 lengths. That was his third straight placing this preparation. James McDonald reunites with him today and does handle all track conditions. 7 Dance with Destiny, trained by John Sargent. A nice filly. I thought she was okay there last time out when finishing 4th. That was behind Tomato Toasty in an on-pace dominated race. I thought her effort to be only beaten around 4.5 lengths was quite good. She's another one that's going to really appreciate getting out to the 8 furlongs today. And I've included the 3 Rach, who has been placed 3 of 6 overall. Boxed on pretty well there behind Invisible Magic last up when finishing 4th, was only beaten 2 lengths. 6, 2, 7 and 3 in race number 1.
I know you did predict similar conditions, but when you have a look at the speed map, and we've got very little of it, you've got a back marker, and we're first use on a heavy track at Warwick Farm Rail True. Is there, how elevated is that concern that you won't get that speed to get into the race?
It is a little bit of a worry. We've got the rail in the true position today. I think they'll use a little bit of the track. Look, I think there's enough tempo there in the first. You've got Indigo Star and Rach that will certainly push forward. And, provided they don't walk, I think you can get over the top.
Okay, fingers crossed. Let's have a look at race 2. So the Drinkwise Plate, the Stars our $2.80 favourite. We lost a few out of this. Louis Burke, Smart Cry, Cisco and Duke and Treaty's the other one to come out, Anthony.
Yeah, we lost a few here, Benny. Okay, let's have a look. We've got the Stars, 280, 320 best price I saw. The most popular runner, but Cockatoo at 390 on the second line of betting. Rattle and Roll.
All right, here is the first one at Doomben today, right? If you look at the odds, it's 2137. 2 is the favorite. Okay. 2 is the second linear, which is here. It's very far from the rails. It doesn't have the support on this line, but that is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get 1 on top, which is the linear. This is the linear. If you look at the spell, these 2 are 20, 20 and all that. Here we have some horses, 27, 30 and 27 again. Now these two horses has 3-3 races. They have not done anything so far. I don't know what they will do, the EWs. But the leverage is highest on 12. Then it drops to 10. Then it is 2 and 1 here. Then it goes down and it becomes negative here. So that's more or less how it works. But this one and this one, they have the same leverage. The difference is who the leverage has been given. So this is a 20, a linear, which is here. This is the second linear, but it doesn't have the support lines. This one is with the same leverage up here with one side of the rail. It doesn't have this side, but it is up here, top. The one in the question here is probably these two horses which are there have been placed. They're not bad horses, though they have 3-3 races and they have not done anything yet. But it's a maiden race, and that is the purpose of this race, to have them race here and get the right opportunity. They kind of have issues there. The best hand is here, which is 6. Which is a maiden, making its debut today. Whoa. That's one of the best hands. So there's a all those are possibilities. Can happen, may not happen. But yeah, the 2 is the favorite, but it doesn't have the physics, and it doesn't have this side of the rails as well. This one doesn't have the physics, but it has this side of the rails, at least the 1. So that's that. That's the first thing that I like. The second thing is it is one of the top-notch horses which has been performing, right? This is a stable horse. This is stable. Though it has not been able to break the maiden so far. It's got 11 races and it did not break the maiden. That's a problem. That is a problem. There is something with the horse. It did not do anything. It could not break the maiden in last 11 races. That's a big question, why it has not been able to break the maiden. What is wrong? Is it their management? We'll see how it works. I like the 1, but there are conditions on this horse. It has not been able to break the maiden in last 11 races. There's an issue with the management, and we'll see how it works. Yeah. We've got 9 races today. I'm not going to these 2 races, this one and this one, the second one also is almost a ghost race. There's nothing that I can actually pinpoint on those 2 races. But here, I think we'll play. Let's see how it works. There's no audio yet.
A race like the or country race. Yeah. What, can you believe how far it's come?
It's unbelievable, we talk about, now we start sitting horse for the country championships, like, and to have a Kosciuszko horse is just unbelievable.
Have you got a horse you think you can get to the Kosciuszko for 2025?
Yes, I'll probably know in another week's time he's going to the Canberra. He's very handy horse. He's like another one was more of a 1400 metre horse, but this place is a real spitter. He was like 3 round. We tried to get these bowls. We were going to the country championship, but she saw us come along, and then we just had to put him out too immature, and he's come back really well.
Is he locally owned? Is there
Yes, he's locally owned. Yeah, locally owned. We I met him at Melbourne Premier. We sort of chased that sort of horse at the classics, and I had a crack on a couple of missed out. So we went to Melbourne, and we just found a lovely little Parada horse. He made Greg Hickman. I sort of got to know him pretty well, and the Parada I really liked them. They just nice back horses, but anyhow, we're lucky to pick him up at the Premier. We played 50,000 for him, but he was probably worth every cent of it. Yes.
Another one, the country championships winner, looking to do what Arcado did and win the Kosciuszko.
Tell us about the day, because you've had as a trainer, you've had some big wins. You've won country cups, you've had great moments, country championships, etc. But to be there on that day, to have Everest Day, just describe it to us.
We went to Kosciuszko and had a very ordinary race. It was just a fantastic day. So that what was it called? The Sweet Caroline. It was just the hair just stuck up the back of your neck. It was just unbelievable. And I've just never seen so many people just enjoy themselves so much on the day. And great racing, fantastic racing. It was just a great day, unbelievable.
Do you remember the day you got the call to get another one in the race? How did that happen?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to them because, we tried pretty hard. I missed out the third year, the second year, and I sort of give up hope. But anyhow, we got a phone call that, you're in, so fantastic, yeah.
Doomben today, let's take a look at the horses in the yard for the first, the maiden handicap over 1110, and our odds-on favourite will be Winchman. For the first, we'll take a look at Brazen Axe. He's at about $5, Maxi, from the Kelly Schweeder stable with Ange Jones.
Looks fabulous in the yard. He's had the 11 starts for 8 placings, and he's bumped into a couple of really handy maidens along the way as well. Well, last start he was actually beaten by a $25 chance in Avior, but he's third up today. He's got a nice gait. He's left there stranded with 60 kilos, but there's plenty of strength about him, and he gets another chance today, Brazen Act.
Okay, here is your hot favourite, number 2, Winchman, Paul Shaler and Chloe Vidler.
Got a similar record to Brazen Act. This fellow's had 8 starts for 6 seconds, and first up he had an excuse. He bumped into a really smart one in Barbary Spur, was beaten about 3.5 lengths. He sat about a length off the winner. He was off the bit chasing a fair way from home, but was chasing a good one. So they've got the claim with this fellow. He's usually ridden by a senior rider, so with 3 off for Kobe Bittler, back to 50, has he got now? 57. And the inside barrier, he gets a great chance to break through for a win.
Yeah, they both look stunning, those 1 and 2, don't they? Let's look at the 3 now. This is Power of Success from the Paul Wallace stable. Les Tilly.
Quite a tall horse, looking fit for his first up assignment. He's by Pariah. He's had the 4 starts for 3 placings. I just loved his recent barrier trial. It was on the course proper at Eagle Farm, so they brought him all the way from Toowoomba for this trial over the 1,000. And he led comfortably and was given a tap. Every time he was given the tap, he actually picked up nicely. Action looked really good, and he ran the fastest of the 7 heats. And they were for all comers. There was an open heat on, a couple of class 3s. So just going off that one trial a couple of weeks ago, I'm suggesting he could be hard to run down if he can cross and lead here.
Okay, She's Fashionable is a beautiful looking mare, a 4-year-old by Brazen Bow, Barry Lockwood and Luke Dempsey.
She gets pacifiers, had a tongue tie on for her first start of 4-year-old, so she's 5 in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Had a couple of trials. The latest was at that session at Eagle Farm. She ran 3rd, beaten a length, was outside the leader, and sort of just heralded the straight. Just happy to watch today.
Smart Shazza is the 7th, Jack Bruce and Taylor Marshall.
By Smart Missile, this mare, she had the 2 starts in Victoria, 3rd at Pakenham, then 7th at Geelong. At Geelong, she was obliged to race very wide, so she battled. And then 1 start up here for Jack was good. 2nd at the Sunny Coast behind Final Voyage. No real excuses. She hit the lead 100 out, and she was run down by a horse that pretty much had a better run in transit. Gets a nice run here, and she doesn't have to improve a lot on that to run in the top 2 or 3.
Wootton Hyde is number 8 from the Jim Mason stable, Carl Wilson-Taylor.
Was wanting a market move, and we are seeing one, although wasn't $16 and is now down to 12. Why was it 16?
I don't know. He's a great type.
He's by Wooden Bassett. And his 2 barrier trials for Jim Mason at the Sunny Coast they've been good, but not asked at all. So they've been inconclusive, but it looks as though there could be a decent size engine there. So he's not a big horse, an overly big horse, is he? By any stretch of the imagination. So,
He's only 2, Max.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, so he's very short. Yeah, he's nearly 3, but...
6 months' time is going to be nice, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. Cleona May is going to be the 9, Barry Lockwood and Brandon Marino.
She's had a lot of chances. She ran 5th at Eagle Farm behind 10 Good Reasons. She did fade noticeably, though, over the last 100 metres, and we're seeing her step up to slightly, 11.10 today. So just happy to see how she goes with the noseband going on.
This is a nice-looking horse, Southampton Flair, Matt Dunn, Damien Thornton.
He is by I Am Invincible.
That's right.
He had a run at Canterbury and then spelled and went to Swan Hill. Ran 7th at Swan Hill. Was sort of back on the rail. There was no finish, and then went to sail on a bottomless track and didn't handle it, obviously. That was 35 days ago. So, look, he's got the pedigree, but we need to see him. He's going to be on a better surface today, soft 5, so we want to see him do something today.
What about Silver Tap? I thought he was actually okay first up. Kerry Kaplan and Chloe Wells.
Yeah, I thought ran on as well as anything in that race at the Sunny Coast behind Final Voyage.
Yeah.
Spoke about another horse that comes out of that lining up here. So things are looking positive for this filly today.
Rightio, and there is a little splash of money for her.
Yes.
That 12 has the highest leverage, okay? That 12 has the highest leverage that has been given, but it has 3 races. Did not do anything. Same with the 10. The 1 is a tricky one. Why? Because 11 races still could not break the maiden. 2 is the same thing. Let's just watch this one. Let's just watch this one. I like the leverage which is there on 12. It's a grey, but it has not done anything in last 3 races. So going with that is a risk. The same thing is with 1. The 1, 2 probably are the same thing. The 3 has the lowest leverage, but it is also one of the lowest spell horses. So let's just watch.
Race on this since he began, hasn't he? 11 starts for 8 minor placings. So I think the plus maybe is back to 11.10 from 400 metres here. Very fit now and can really sort of fit in the dip and get up there and see if he can run it out with the 60 kilos. Switchman, the favourite, is the obvious danger and looks so beautiful in the yard. Gosh, he looks in good order. 7 Smart Shazza and 3 Power of Success there as well. So pretty much the same. 1, 2, 7 and 3 for me. To you, Anthony, for a quick market update.
Winchman now $2, Bernie, so just getting a little bit soft in betting. He's still the most popular runner here, over 50% of all bets, close to 60% of all bets on Winchman, but $2, that's the best price we've been. Brazen Act 5, Power of Success $6, and Wooden Hide 9. Get to David for the first.
Figures were good, best of the day. It's important to point out, and they put in the high. This one that's kept moving into the market. $16 down to $9.50, down $9. So it's filled at $6 or $7. They started trading the Sunshine Goes by Jim Mason. Most of these are in. We're just about ready. In fact, we're ready. All right, we're off and racing. And Wooden Hide back to longer on to the second last out. Southampton Flair last to go. Witchman, the favourite, bouncing, tackled by Brazen Act on the outside. She's Fashionable third away. Power of Success. It's pushing forward, but 3-1. First bend and using petrol. Then Silver Tap. Midfield inside of Smart Shazza. 2 to Cleona Maeve outside of Wooden Hide. And 2 to Southampton Flair last. 7 off the lead. They're on the side of the course. 600 left to run. Brazen Act looking for his first win. Start 12. With Hayden Jones up, leads the way from Power of Success, trailing by neck. Winchman, Bittler's got the favourite of the box seat. He's ready to make his move. Then She's Fashionable. Cleona May making a sweep around the field. Then Silver Tap, Smart Shazza. Southampton Flair and Wooden Hide too far back. Fully homeward bound, 250 left to run. Winchman gets a rails rider. Brazen Act still narrowly in front, but Cleona May might be the surprise packet on the outside, and Smart Shazza's running on as well. They've got 50 metres left to go. Witchman can be thrown on the inside. It's his day today. Favourite home, Witchman. The rails hanging right by Vittler. The Smart Shazza, Cleona May, and Wooden Hide. Have a look at him roaring home from the back. Brazen Act knocked up, then came She's Fashionable. Southampton Flair, Silver Tap, and Power of Success stopping quickly out towards the back in 1.5.19.
It looks like 2, 7, 9 and 8. Winchman, Kobe Vittler coming through along the rails there. Smart Shazza was good, finding the line strongly. And at one point in the straight, I thought Cleona May was going to crack it for a win. And then Wooden Hide, number 8. So that's how they've gone past the post, which...
So what happened is, the 1 was the linear, it did not do anything. And... that 2 actually beat it. There's something not right with this one. There's something not right. 2 and the 7 definitely got in. 9 and 8. Anyway, we'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on. Huge scratching. 3, 7, 10. 3, 7, 10. 13, 15, 16. 19 and 20. 5, 1, 12, 17.
Bit of trouble, but I used to train the second horse, so I was pretty confident we might be able to run it down.
Indeed. And I just can't believe physically how much this horse has come on since last preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had a busy prep too. So I got cheering him, so we were trying to win. So he went to the well a few times, but yeah, like you say, he spelled really well and strengthened up. Yeah, so now it might give him a bit of confidence and he might put a few together.
All right, can you win the 3-year-old later on in the day, Mr. Bianco?
Get here first to make sure we get to the race, but he's in really good shape. He really is. It'll take a good one to beat him.
All right, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
All right, there is Paul Sheridan. Let's have a quick chat with Cody now. And Cody, a beautiful rails hugging ride there, and he was pretty keen to take that run as well.
Yeah, well, I thought we were going to squeeze back out of it for a minute there, but he's showing he was pretty tough today. He's probably drew that one as well, running that many seconds. He's probably the one that deserved it the most.
Always nice to have barrier 1 when the rail's out 10, isn't it?
Oh, it's probably the perfect day.
Well done.
Perfect, thank you very much.
All right, there he is. Kobe Vidler, 2 beats 7, 9 and 8, 105.07. The total time there, and I'll give you that final 600 metres as we are on stop 5, 34.45. So it was quite the dash home there, Anthony.
Indeed. He slipped up the inside winchman. His first win start 9. He gets the job done, the 4-year-old by Hellbent. 2, 7, 9 and 8 thereafter, the second from Doomben. We'll pause. We'll head to Warwick Farm for the preview of the quaddy legs after this.
So this is the second one here. If we look at the odds, it's 5, 1, 12, and 17. 5 is the favorite. 1, 12, and 17. Okay. That 18 is the linear. Just check when was the last run. 4 weeks ago at Eagle Farm. 4 weeks ago at Eagle Farm. Now, if there's no leverage, there's nothing because they're going to be running for the first time. There's nothing. But here is, these are the top 3 horses. Okay, the 5 is the favorite, probably because of the hand and all that. That's the thing. Plus, it's a colt. And this is the best jock. This is the best jock. 17 is neutral. 12 is the other jock. 11 is the third best jock. It's a 1200 meter, and there's absolutely nothing. I mean, there's nothing. If you have to play jock, then probably 5 is the right favorite. Then probably 5 is the right favorite. But these are the 2 horses that has actually some racing experience, the 17 and the 18, right? And if you look at the leverage, there's a leverage on this one, and then the 18 is the lowest that we can see. So here the 7 actually came in. Alright. Here the 7 actually came in. This one was there. The 1 did not win. Because there's something not right with that horse. Right? They had the same leverage. These 2 had the same leverage. These 2 did not work. 2 did work with the same leverage, but it was like that. Then 7 with the lowest. When 9 came in here. So the 17 has been given the leverage, which is there. But at the same time, it has one race. It did not do anything. The hand is okay. The hand is not bad. The 18, we don't know. There's a data loss here. The physics definitely is not there. Here on 1, the physics was not there. The 2 was even worse. It did not have any side of the rails, but it just went through because it's probably this one is in some kind of a problem. But that was the second linear. Here there are no second linear or anything. There's only one linear, which is 18, and then we have 17, which is here. Okay. 17 is the top spell. 17 is the top spell with a leverage. And it's with a neutral jock. The 5, which is the favorite, has the best jock. It's a call on the jock. Now, is there a logic? Of course, there's a logic. The logic is this, that, when there are no races on a particular horse, then the jockey becomes a deciding factor. But that is not the only deciding factor also. So, does it have physics? Yes, it does have physics. The 5 has the physics. Which the 18 lacks. The other one which is there is 17, which has both sides of the rails, and 12, which is also there. I like the 17, but the 17 has a neutral jock. That's a problem. The 18 is the linear, but it lacks this side of the rails. And the 5 is the favorite, which has no races. It's a ghost chase, but that's what we have. We'll see what they have to speak about. 5, 18, 17, all that.
Both of the David Payne trained runners. They are out on a vet's advice. As we get to race number 6, you can take out Deconstruct, Durova, and Markwell Dreamer as well, but we're still left with a field of 8 here. It's good to see we've got a third divvy. And this one, favourite, well, I reckon it's Cassiel, and not just favourite, a very well-supported one. So this is the best backed runner across the card, and there's almost double that of the previously mentioned race. Was it race 5 or race 4, maybe, I think it was, at Tazima. So there's twice as much on Cassiel as that horse, and easily the best backed in this race by a mile. Strand Beauty, $5.50, Primavera, and Jambalaya there at $6.50. Interesting Jambalaya, of course, a former Godolphin, and now in a stable, Richard Litt's stable, that seemed to do a brilliant job with these ex-Godolphin gallopers.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? And I wouldn't be surprised if Jambalaya was all that far. Wasn't that far off the leaders today. Cassiel's a deserved favourite. It's going to be right up there. We've got a few others that are likely to push forward from outside draws. So Prima Bella and Strand Beauty among them. I'm going to go with 5 Jambalaya here. As you say, ex-Godolphin horse, Richard Litt. He's done a great job over the course of his training career, getting second lease of life for some of these horses. And this fellow's shown plenty of potential throughout his 8-start career. And if his recent trial's anything to go by, I think he'll give today's race a big shake. Now, this was a heavy track when he trialled up there at Warwick Farm on July 8, and you'll see he's in front turning for home, and he goes to the line largely untouched, beating Super Zippy by 3 lengths. I know it was only 796 metres, but I thought it was a nice piece of work. I like the fact he kicks off over the 1,000 metres here first up, and I just thought at the value, he might be the way to go. Cassiel just raced a touch keen last time out when finishing second at Randwick behind Bundina, was only beaten a length and a half prior to that, strung together 2 really good wins at Canterbury and at Hawkesbury. Starting to get up in the weights now, but he certainly deserves that weight with the way he's been racing this preparation. 8 Prima Bella has won 2 from 3 since resuming from a spell, and was super impressive at Newcastle last time out over the 900 metres, defeating Curl by a decent margin. Steps up in grade today, but her confidence would be sky high. And 6 Mabel could be the knockout here. We're ready to peak third run back. Last night hit the line well, went forward behind Bundina there at Randwick. And I think if she can stay in touch with the leaders turning from home from gate number 1, she can certainly figure in the finish. 5, 1, 8 and 6.
Okay, we'll have a look at the last now. Race number 7. So this is the traffic warden at Darley Handicapper, 72 over 1,300. And favourite is Golden Strand. When we had a look last night, his favourite was a little on the cold side, not too much interest. That has ramped up. Is currently the best backed runner just. It is a winning result from Tabs N. The horse is dead pulling the tails of the replicant. They went up $8 about Joe Pride's galloper.
Yes, we discuss it each and every time. There's a prolific place getter, but there's one more than $250,000, and a few of these can't claim that. Crystal Clear at $10 is the second worst result from Tab's End, and the third worst result from Tab's End is Dimitrov there at around $11. So a couple expect to beat this favourite Golden Strand, but still cuddled around that $2.50 mark, Mick.
You would think a Golden Strand would be among those that are looking to push forward here. The Replicant, we've seen him go forward and go back. He's a pretty sort of versatile type. I don't think he'll be too far away in the run. Racing and Sports suggesting that Code and Time might be able to take it up here. I'm going with the favourite, putting Golden Strand on top. I thought it was a really good performance last time out at Rose Hill when finishing second behind Diddle Dumpling. And I think that run kind of proved that he is a horse with plenty of upside, because his run 2 starts back was very good. A dominant winner there at Gosford, defeating Kowloon Victor by 3.5 lengths. But there were still questions surrounding his ability, given that he didn't beat a hell of a lot that day. But, geez, I thought it was a determined effort. Last start, you can see here, he gets off heels and really stretches out to find the line, and just found one better on the day. But he's only lightly raced, and I think this looks a really suitable assignment today for him, and I don't think the wet track poses any issue at all. I've got the Replicant in for second. 40 starts, 3 wins, 23 minor placings. He's always banking checks. It does look as if he's building towards a peak performance off a couple of really solid placings his last couple of appearances. I've included 12, which is Laurel Hill, resumed on the Kenzo on the 16th of July, and I thought did a pretty good job to finish third behind Epic Proportion after covering extra ground. Doesn't win out of turn, but is very consistent, likes to sting out of the ground, and second up has been in the placings 4 of 5. 2 Crystal Clear, interested to see there's been some good money around for him, shown plenty of potential in his first couple of preparations. Resumes here off some sharp trial efforts, and I believe he's been gelded over the break too, so that could be the making of him. 10, 13, 12 and 2.
It's funny, you can bend stats different ways to make different arguments, can't you? The Replicant has only won 1 of 10 on heavy. But the other way of looking at it is the Replicant's been in the money 8 of 10 on the heavy. So clearly handles it. But a few of them look as though they will. Across the card, what's the best?
Best bet, I like race 4, number 5, Tazima. I just think second up today, getting out to the 1,600 metres looks perfect. And back in race 3, I thought 8, American Starlet, could run well on an each-way basis.
Okay, if you're keen on one, and it's the first leg of the quaddie, you're in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
Do you go 1 out, or do you maybe dent your own confidence by throwing a few more in there? What are you doing?
Well, on this occasion, I'm going 1 out. Because I think this, in the back half of the quaddie, I think there are a number of chances. So our tickets could be confetti after 1 leg, but I'm putting Tazima on top, 1 out here. In the second leg, I've gone 1 Naval Commission, 12 L Hudson, 2 Rise to it, 8 Hovland. In the third leg, we'll go 5 Jambalaya, 1 Casil, 8 Prima Bella, and 6 Mabel. And in that fourth and final leg, we'll come home with 10 Golden Strand, 13 the Replicant, 12 Laurel Hill, and 2 Crystal Clear. $64 for 100%.
Okay, so our first race at $12.50, our last at $4.20. Nick is obviously on form duty. We'll have Ali Mosley casting an over them in a very wet yard. She might be a little flat, I reckon, after a couple of races. It's pretty cold, and of course raining out there. At present, it is still a soft 6. We are waiting for word on that track downgrade. We imagine we're going to be racing in the heavy, but we certainly don't want to play that guessing game. So we'll head back to Anthony Manson. James McDonald, a very short price favourite in the Jockey Challenge, Anthony.
Yeah, he's $1.35. Jason Collett, $4.60. He's had a great season, Jace. Zach Lloyd, $8.50. Tommy Berry, $17. Any other jockey is $23. Alicia Collett, $41. Jay Ford, $41. And Tom Sherry at $81. Okay. Now, there's also a special for JMac as well, if you wanted to take advantage of that. James McDonald, 2 or more winners, $1.85. 3 or more is at $4.80, and 4 or more is at $21. Okay, so our next event for coverage is Doomben, race number 2. It's only 10 minutes away. Take a break. That's where we'll head next to Bernie and Maxie.
Back to Doomben, it's time for race 2 on the card. So we do have the horses in the yard to take a look at. Tony Golden with the favourite, the 5, Quick Zoo, and $2.70. Good looking fellow too. All right, this is a 2-year-old maiden plate. It's over 1,200 metres. Last horse to join us is Anders Style and was the early favourite and is out of Femina Fashion, Maxi.
Yes, cost 80,000 as a Magic Millions yearling graduate. So yeah, she was a good mare, wasn't she?
She was a great mare, trained by Peter Roble with Jag Government Chester to ride.
Yep. Just the 2 public trials, Anders Style, and he's won both of them at Bodessa and the Gold Coast. Both similar performances on pace, which is good. And he did it quite comfortably, as you pointed out in the preview. He got a bit of length about him, covers the ground, and he looks the part. He's just lightly on the toe of the yard.
Exodus is the 2, Jim Mason, Tiff Booker.
Bred to be a miler by Morris from an Anabar mare. Has had 3 trials this gelding. Latest was 3rd at the Sunny Coast. Settled in 3rd position pretty much all the way and wasn't really asked. So bit of an awkward gate. First started with the rail out. Just might get back a little bit, but I'm interested in him. I'll be watching him late here.
Number 4, just joining us now, Malaten, Richard Lamming and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
$20,000 Magic Million yearling and has finished 4th in 2 official barrier trials, the latest at the coast behind Miss Funny Honey, beaten around about 4 lengths. So just happy to watch and see how he goes in his first starts.
Okay, here's the top favourite, Quick Zoo, Tony Golden.
He's quite a nice horse, this fellow. Sprinting mould. He's a chestnut colt by Zoo Star, and he's had 3 trials. He did win a Doomben trial when he led comfortably, and then ran second to Ballistic Star at the Gold Coast, about 2 lengths behind. And I like the fact that he was fast away, and then he took the trail 3rd. And once into the clear, he wasn't really asked. So he's been well prepared, and he was a $240,000 Magic Millions purchase, and I know Tony Golden really likes this fellow.
Okay, let's move on to the stablemate. Let's look at Rusty Tycoon first from the Rob Heathcote stables. CJ?
This is the half brother to Dusty Tycoon. He's only public trial. He ran 4th behind Quick Zoo here. Settled 4th. Light urgings, and I thought responded okay. Yeah, he could be a sneaky place chance here.
And again for Tony is Lady Tangaluma with Ange Jones.
She's by Almanzor, bred to be to get out over further, and maybe as a maturing 3-year-old. She's had 3 trials. The latest was well beaten behind Quick Sue. So looking at her pedigree, she's $160,000 Book 1 New Zealand bloodstock graduate. I think she's going to want a little bit of time and further.
Okay, Pearls in June is trained by BJ Smith with Luke Dempsey. Actually, no, I might have missed. She might be out. No, there she is, $31. 31. There she is.
Okay, there she is. Let's have a look at her. Yeah, she's a filly by Jungle Cat. Her only public trial, she ran 3rd here behind Bluish Hue. Set up on the pace, and I thought held on okay. Was given a little bit of a squeeze in the straight.
Tony Gollan with Reconciliate, Emily Lang.
$55,000 Magic Million filly by Invader. She's had 3 trials. The latest was well beaten behind Dragon Link. That was the horse that was favoured in the market, having his debut here on Saturday. Everything went wrong for him, but he was clearly too good for Reconciliate in that trial. So just going to watch this filly, see how she goes.
Hunter's Mate is from the Glen Thornton stable with son Damien in the saddle.
Has had 3 official barrier trials. The latest at the Gold Coast behind Ballistic Star was okay. Got a pass mark for that.
Here's Zala, Heathcote and Chloe Well.
Quite a tall, lean filly, and she looks ready to go. She's by Zoo Star as well. She ran 4th at her only race start back in April. It held up at the top of the straight and was okay to the line behind the creek. A spell, and she recently showed pace in a barrier trial at Eagle Farm and won it quite comfortably, so expecting her to be hard to beat here.
And Serenity rounds them out, Tony Gollan and Andrew Mallion.
Filly by Unite and Conquer. She's got plenty of speed, and she's had the benefit of a race as well. A lot of these are first starters, but she's had a start and she did well. Went 3rd to Sweet Hesitation at Eagle Farm. I'm expecting her to be up on the pace and be in the money.
And my apologies, I think I missed number 9. That might have been what confused you, Maxie. Little Miss Boom, she gets a tongue tie for Kevin Camp, Bailey Wheeler.
Your fault, I'm very easily confused. This filly by Spirit of Boom, she cost $50,000 as a yearling, having her first start. We've only seen her once at the public trials, and she finished behind Tinkerbella. I thought it was okay, but it was a trial where you couldn't really get a good guy.
Sorry, Maxie. Rightio, so the money just keeps rolling in, Maxie, for this favourite Quick Zoo. I don't even... Was he favourite this morning? Early? No.
No.
So that's been late.
Yeah, it's actually been pretty much...
since scratchings.
Yeah, since scratchings, and then Tony Gollan was on the radio about an hour after that, and he didn't really spruik it, but you could tell when he's on the radio every Wednesday doing a report on his horses, but you can tell he likes this horse. Yeah. In that interview, without him saying too much. He is concerned about the gate, barrier 11. Had this drawn 1, 2 or 3, probably declares, you would reckon. That's the vibe that I was getting. And he looked apart, didn't he? Chestnut fella there.
Strong.
Yeah. So I put him up a little bit in the rankings. Originally I thought, you're going to need to be really good from that gate, but he might be. But I'll stick with Zala, number 17. She presented very forward. She's only got 53, and I think she'll be smartly away. A little like... that horse from the inside gate in the opening event on the card, another weekend out.
That's the highest spell, 24.
Quite comfortably there, but I'm hoping the same can happen with Zala. On pace here in the first couple settling. To beat number 18, Seretti. I know she's got the speed to be handy. Then Quick Zoo and Anders Style, number 1. 17, 18, 5 and 1.
4. So Tony's got 4 in this race. Is there money for any of the others of this? Maybe Taylor Loomis and Ruffy.
Maybe 18.
18, so ready, steady at 12. So it's a one-way traffic, really. To reconciliate the 12. Oh, it's gone the other way, 650 to 13. So, yeah, just Anders is solid here as well, Anders Style. And he's a lovely style of a horse as well. He's firmed into 310 now. Look, I'm with 17 as well. I went with Zala. I thought her debut run was excellent. I love it when they have prep, come back, really nice trial on the board. I think the kickoff point at 1200 is much more ideal for her. You can see she's a big, rangy girl, slightly nervous, so 1200 won't be as much of a rush for her. She will be somewhere near the speed, I would imagine. And think she should run a great race here today. 5, the favourite. I've moved him up. It was just a cracking sort in the yard. Love the confidence in the market with him as well. Definitely Anders' style. Still looks new in the yard. However, I do like his trials, and if he's allowed that time to find his feet, I think he'll have a big finish on him and also reconciliate. So Anders' style. I forgot I changed my number, so I'm 17, 5, 18, and 1. All right, let's get to Anthony for a market update.
So 250 on tab fixed odds here. It's the favourite and the most popular runner from Anders' style, 310. Not much between them in terms of the hold. Zala continues to firm here. You're on top selection, $5.50. That's as short as we've been throughout betting. And Seretti's at 13. So Quicksu's the most popular runner from Anders' style, but Zala, that firm, it continues into as short as $5.50. So give it strength. Bernie, Maxi?
Yes, Zala is to be ridden by a new apprentice to Rob Heathcote in Chloe Wells from Tasmania. Viewers would certainly know Chloe. Finished fourth in the current Jockeys Championship in Tasmania. She's actually ridden a winner here at Doomben for Rob on T's and C's apply. So she claims 3 here, so only 53 with Zala. We mentioned Rusty Tycoon. Rusty's the half to Dusty. Remember Dusty won her first 2 starts?
Yes, I do.
By runners?
Yeah.
She was a beauty, and then she went around in the Magic Millions. So he showed something at his recent trial. Just waiting on Pearls in June to move in, a filly by Jungle Cat. But the market certainly with Gollan's Quick Zoo number 5, and as you pointed out earlier, good market support for the other debutant, Anders' Style number 1. So they're the top 2 in the market here. Zala is being entertained very late, down 2 points in the last minute, 750 down to 550 on the QOP.
All right, that is BJ Smith's filly, Pearls in June, about to take her spot. So here's David.
Snake runner. Now, Pearls in June has gone in. Last runner up will be Lady Tangaluma in the Black Soil Bloodstock colours. And they're all in. Set for race 2. There's the light. Starter Brad Richardson has the bottom, has the last look down the line. Should catch them anyway. Racing. Quick Zoo began quite well out wide. There's a lot of speed inside of those, Zala and Anders' Style principally. So the 3 big guns in the betting are 1, 2, 3 on settling down. And he's got to work hard on Quick Zoo. He's got to use petrol to try and head off Anders' Style and Zala. And he will do so as they go to that first bend. Seretti 4th away, Lady Tangaluma landing in 5th. Then came Rusty Tycoon, followed by Exodus, getting well back Melton, Pearls in June, Reconciliate, and Hunter's Mate, that little miss boom down at the tail. At the 600 metres, Quick Zoo leads Anders' Style, who quickly popped off the fence. Zala is 3rd, 4th Seretti, rounding up coming to the turn. 2 away, Lady Tangaluma under some pressure. Then Rusty Tycoon, Melton, Exodus. A long way back was Pearls in June, Reconciliate, Hunter's Mate, and Little Miss Boomer's last in the straight, though. Quick Zoo is the leader, but Anders' Style on the outside is looming large. They're tearing off a fair way from home, well clear of Seretti. Quick Zoo the inside, Anders' Style the outside. They're in a great battle hand in hand, but Anders' Style is going home 2 well over the last 100 metres. Pulling away, Anders' Style on debut, went to the line well, beat home Quick Zoo. Pearls in June arrived for 3rd, Photo 4th, either Hunter's Mate or Rusty Tycoon, then Seretti, followed by Zala, Lady Tangaluma. Well back in the field was Exodus, and then came Reconciliate, Melton, and Little Miss Boom always rearward in 1:11.22.
Well, Anders' Style, written by Jack Gutman Chester, is off the market, start number 1. He's by Anders from Feminine Fashion, so maybe a bargain buy there. I'd say definitely 80,000, I think, from Magic Millions. Had barrier 1, jumped well. The leader, Quick Zoo, had to do a fair bit of work. He's held down 2nd spot there. And Pearls in June running on strongly. And we're just waiting for that 4th number. But it's all about the winner, who jump well, and at around the 600 metres mark, Jag didn't want to be right behind the leader Quick Zoo, so he sort of pushed Zada out 3 deep, and he was there ready to pounce. Had a bit of a battle there with Quick Zoo, but by the time they got to the 150, he was off for the prize. Anders Style, well prepared. With a couple of official barrier trials, he won both of them in similar fashion, on pace and striding out nicely, pretty much under own steam in those trials, so he's obviously a nice progressive horse. 6 Rusty Tycoon gets 4th, 1, 5, 11 and 6 Bernie after race 2.
Yeah, that was.
So what happened is that the one went through. This was one of the largest drifts. Okay. This was one of the largest drifts. Then came the 5, then came the 11, which was again the same. 1 and 11, they were almost the same. So 1, 5, 11, and then 6, which was here. So none of those horses actually got through. That's very bad. That happened. We'll go to the next. Eight, 9, 10 has been scratched. Three, 11, 4 and 13.
Yeah, you did. Obviously had good fitness on his side. You've been riding him work, have you?
Yeah, I've had a little bit to do with him, but I just felt that I always had a little bit there left in the tank late. I thought I had it covered a long way out. He was probably just green this way when he hit the front. He was still a little bit lost, but he really put it on.
Well done.
Thank you.
There he is, Jerry Guzman, Chester for Peter Roble. They take out the first and might end up sort of a nice kind of form race, given that Tony had such a good opinion of the favourite Quick Zoo, and there really wasn't much between the two of them. So 1B's 5, 11 and 6, 1, 11, 10 the time there. So we come back to you, Anthony.
A nice win. Very impressive debut. He's a son of Anders, Femina Fashion. Very, very good mare, Femina Fashion, back in the day. She was a 6-time winner. She won nearly $500,000 in prize money. And she was a very, very good mare. So this fellow, he's fairly well bred. Do note that it's probably raced in Hong Kong interest, so very good chance he'll end up over there. But anyway, they're on their way with him. Start 1, win 1. Okay, Neander's horses, aren't they going well? Let's leave it there. Warwick Farm, race 1. They're in the yard and a wet, miserable afternoon out at the farm. Still only a soft 6 officially, but perhaps a downgrade will get through the first and see what the feedback is from the job.
This is the third one here, and 3 is the favorite. 3, 11, 4, and 13. 3, 11, 4, and 13. So what's going on is that 3 is the favorite, right? The 3 is in good hands, is the largest spell, and this is all gilding and fillies, okay? They've got the 11, okay? The 11 has the highest leverage again, but if we look through that, then we get that 11, 5, 15, all that is there. Yeah. But the thing is, probably what is happening, we'll talk about that later. But yes, the 3 looks good. It's the first one through the rail, the highest spell. We've got a league race, and it is not under pressure. There's no leverage on this. However, the leverage drops here on these 2 horses drastically. Okay, drastically it drops here, and they are also among the top 2. So they are talking about the 11, which is a filly. Now the filly has 2 races. It did not do anything in last 2 races. If we look at the other, which is here today, is probably the 5. They're the same thing, okay? The advantage is more on 5, but it has 4 races. It did not do anything in last 4. But those are all speculations. I don't know if that will actually work. I don't know if 11 will be able to do any justice, but the 5 definitely is a check. That 5 is quite capable of doing destruction, but it has not done anything. And here we have all these which are actually dropping down. So 3 looks good. 3 should not be a problem. They are in a good hand. There is no problem with them. This one is placed rightly, which is placed rightly as in like this is the largest outer drift, okay? And this is also from where they can't deliver for some reason. So that's one of the things that happens. And these 2 are neutrals. 1 and 2 are neutrals. They're going to be running neutral. So no. 1 and 2 came in second and third. The 1 came in third and the 2 came in second 3 weeks ago. So they're very much in the game. Okay, it's a hope on that, but these 2 are very much in the game. Even if I That's 39. Even with the drop, it is like that. So 3 is good, neat. 3 should not fail. Let's see how it works. I'll go with 3 if it doesn't get tailed, by the way. Lee, welcome back, my friend. You're in the right time, Lee. The first 2 were absolute bogus, disastrous. Good day. Let's see. Let's see. It's Doomben. I had an option to go to Sandown, but I wanted to test how Doomben reacts to this data, and we'll figure this thing out today. But
I really don't want to see him shuffle the mile back, ideally. But that'll depend on him and how he jumps.
Yeah, and you've got one at Scone tomorrow. She's a fly likely to go around?
Well, she is pending weather. They've got a lot of rain forecasts, I believe. But look, her trial was really nice at Gosford. She's been a project, and she's finally getting the penny start to drop. So happy with that.
I don't know whether anyone likes to be referred to as a project, but hopefully it's a good project and it's an A+ tomorrow.
Doomben is good, Lee. Doomben is not bad. Doomben is a very good place. And it's very demanding.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Chris and Ali, who's the pick of the yard?
I found this one tricky between Rasp and Kakoira. I've landed on Rasp because he was one of my favourites early days. The last time I actually saw him in the flesh was when he raced at Randwick behind Broadside. He ran 4th behind him on that occasion, but he looks to be here in really lovely order. It looks a nice race for him, but I loved how switched on he was without using too much of his energy. And then Kakoira just looked an absolute picture. He was really nice and laid back, stretching out one of the benefits with that 2.5 kilo claim.
6, 2, 7 and 3, the late mail numbers, putting Rasp on top. He'll be giving them a head start these last couple of runs down into Victoria, Ballarat and Bendigo have been very good. Indigo Star, the hardest to beat.
About to get underway here at Warwick Farm, and all the money's been for the Victorian run.
J-Mac is on
Absolutely savage. The
Indigo Star, I think.
And steps up to a mile here.
J-Mac is back, so the season is also back, probably.
They're set. Racing now. Dance with Destiny was last out. Dollars and Rates jump well. Tambolo is very handy from barrier 1 pushing through. Indigo Star goes to 4th in front of So Precise, followed by Torrey Pines. Kakura deep route being restrained. Dance with Destiny improves on the rail, but firing up rather badly. Rust, the heavily back favourite, will settle down second last. And Sleuth moves up on the outside, trying to improve its position. So Rach establishes the lead. From Dollars and Court White is the outside of Torrey Pines, followed by Tambaloa. Indigo Star in a handy 5th, about 3 off the lead. Further back to Sleuth on a wide path, and the outside of Kakura, then So Precise. Ross sits back in the field, being ridden stone cold, and 2.5 off to Dance with Destiny. Down the side, 800 to go. Rach in front by a half length to Dollars. Then Torrey Pines from Tambaloa, Indigo Star wedged between runners. Further back to Sleuth on a 3-wide path around Kakura. Then came So Precise. Ross still racing, held up second last. Dance with Destiny sees them all, approaching the bend. And a narrow leader here is Rach, flavoured a long neck to Dollars. Now Indigo Star being revved up. Pulling right to the outside is Rasp, on the outside is Sleuth, and then came Tambaloa into the straight, and Rach is a narrow leader from Dollars on the outside. Rach and Dollars stride for stride, then Tambaloa. 2 further back to Rasp, laid in under pressure. It's still running on though. It's Rach and Dollars. Tambaloa. Rasp is leaving the run very late. It's Dollars being joined now by Tambaloa, and Tambaloa's won it by a half length to Rasp. 3rd position, Dollars. Indigo Star, every hope in 4th. Then came Rach, she led up today but weakened out. On the inside is Sleuth. A gap to Torrey Pine, So Precise. Kakura's been well beaten, and Dance with Destiny was always back last.
Well, you heard pre-race, Christian Buchanan suspected the jump 13 to the 1600 would pay dividends. It certainly has. Any queries she had in terms of trip, well, not going to be an issue. Trip in transit, that is. Drawn the inside, seems to be no problem whatsoever. They peeled out at the top of the straight, 3 horses off the fence down the majority of the straight and put them away. Tambaloa Too Good breaks through it. Start number 3, the colt by Tagaloa. Well done to Kristen. Raspers run second, enormous run. They've been spat maybe 5 wide at the point of the turn and really run on well. Maybe a couple of issues in the straight in terms of not running straight, but Dollars another placing, and the 2 will ultimately run in for 4th, Indigo Star. What did you make of that, Mick?
Yeah, he looks a nice colt, doesn't he? Tambaloa, there was money around this morning to suggest that he'd be pretty hard to beat on this rain-affected track today, and once he struck the front, you were looking for challenges, but he just kept finding, didn't he? And he's probably only going to improve once he gets out over a little bit further too. 2,000 metres would certainly not be beyond him. Kristen Buchanan will just bring him along slowly. The beaten brigade, Rasp was certainly an eye-catcher. We saw him want to duck in under pressure and just got in behind horses when he was making his run. But given how far back he was, he's done a pretty good job to get as close as he did. But all honours with Tambaloa.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be making a run like that at Warwick Farm, you need someone to do the majority of the bullocking work for you, and that's unfortunately what Rasp lacked. Being spat widest, nothing really to drag them into the race, had to do all of the work. Maybe that just told over the concluding stages. But a good run, no doubt about that. Kristen Buchanan will be particularly pleased with Tambaloa breaking through at start 3. Well done.
Thank you. I'm delighted. Look, this horse he's really exciting. He's a big baby. He's only 2, just about to turn 3, I know, but he's shown a lot of promise, and it's a big deal. I'm very happy with him. Yeah, my partner selected him, and my owners have supported me buying into these horses, and I'm super grateful, and it's great to deliver a great result.
I mean, both of his parents were pretty handy. Gamble Me was a fair one, and of course Tagaloa we know a fair bit about. Which one do you think he's most similar to?
Oh, that's a good question. I think he's going to relish getting over a longer trip. I don't think they necessarily saw the best of Tagaloa in that regard, in terms of when he retired. So possibly the stallion.
Okay. What do you think from here? We just run a lovely mile. Do you think you'll stick at this trip for the time being and maybe entertain further down the track?
Well, the dreams are free. Yeah. Maybe a derby in his picture, down the track. I wouldn't discount it, but Jay will give us more feedback now, and we'll see how he pulls up.
Okay, dare to dream. Why not? Yeah, I love it. All right, let's get to Ali. Sounds as though we might have one to follow into the spring.
Most certainly. Let's get that feedback now. Jay, what do you make of him? He looks still a bit of a raw type.
Yeah, I really like him. Had my first go on him the other day, and I said to Christian, you don't know what he's doing, but he's going to make the horse, and he'll stay. That's an obvious. He executed a little bit better today. Got out the gates better, which he hasn't done previously, which enabled from that gate to hold a spot. Felt like he was going to put them away nicely, but as soon as he got his bib in front, lost sight of the pack, he'd become a bit wayward, but he'll get better as he gets older, gets more experience under his belt, and he'll end up a true stayer.
And on the track?
We're deteriorating, and it'll continue to. Well done. Oh.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on that front. Officially a soft 6 at this stage, but it has been raining through the bulk of the morning since we got that update. So 4, 6, 8 and 2. Tambaloa breaks through. $14 top fluck, $15.30 on the local tote. In for second we have Rasp, who was a touch unlucky, just didn't have things play out the right way today. Dollars in for third and Indigo Star in for fourth. But Tambaloa, the 2-year-old Tagaloa colt, gets a win at start number 3.
Okay, that was a good effort. And Tambaloa, Tagaloa, Gamble, BJ Ford, Kristen Buchanan's got a smart horse. Rasp, second, Dollars third, 4, 6, 8 and 2. We'll leave it there. We'll head back to Doomben next.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Deputy on tap fixed odds. 480 Shenadar and Praise You 6. We'll get to the team on track. Bernie and Maxie, they'll talk you through them.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 3 on the card, a 3-year-old maiden plate, and it's over 1350 metres. Number 3, Noir Emperor, is your $2.80 favourite, and we're going to kick off with Imminent Boom, Maxie, from the Tony Gollan stable with Emily Lamb.
Yeah, 1.5 kilos off and inside barriers. Got to count for a fair bit here with this guy. He's working up to a win. Last start at Bow Desert went third. He was fast away, led, kicked, looked home. He was only grabbed in the last few strides, so he's got a good chance here.
Number 2 is Imperial Red, making his way up the race there to join us in the yard. Matt Hoisted, Damien Porter.
He was in the same race as Imminent Boom at Bow Desert and finished slightly ahead of him. Imperial Red. He had a nice trip in transit there, one off, and he was given every chance. Finished his race off well.
Here's your favourite, Noir Emperor, number 3, Barry Lockwood, Luke Dempsey.
If you go on that run 2 ago, over this course and distance, went second to what I think is a pretty handy one at Chief in Charge. He's got to be hard to beat here. Since then, he went to the Wing Skinnies as a maiden and ran okay, finishing midfield.
Okay, let's look at Praise You now from the Tony Gollan stable with Ryan Maloney.
It was good 2 ago in that Chief in Charge race here. Only sort of run down late at a big price and then went straight to the 1700 at Ipswich. Led, clearly didn't run it out, so he's back here to what looks to be a much more suitable race.
Okay, let's look at Ralph Star now from the Julie Harris stable, Paul Hamlin.
We might just wait for him. I think he's just out at the moment.
No, I think he's out on the track, Maxie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, he's by Kobayashi, this guy, and his last 2 runs have been good enough to give this a shake. He's done it all this first preparation, and I like what I saw last start.
Slip Sane is number 6, Peter and Will Holbert, Aidan Thompson.
Yeah, 5 barrier trials. Latest finished 4th behind, was immediate. Was well beaten, about 3 lengths off them. So just wanting to watch this 3-year-old today.
The adjuster is the 7, Chris Corey Muntz, Talia Fenlon.
Ran 7th at the Sunny Coast behind Drakina. Drakina won by 5. This guy was badly checked, though, at the 250.
All right, then we get to Shanadar, Rob Heathcote and CJ Graham.
Yeah, drawn wide, but we'll get back anyway. And I think that's the problem with this filly right now. She's just got no early speed, but can find the line strongly if she gets the breaks.
And Jones trains. She drives a Bentley at 100 to 1. Georgie Cartwright.
A little bit better last start, though. Well beaten in a maiden at Gatton.
Here's Zuya from the Tony Gollan stable, Ange Jones.
Yes, she had the blinkers on last start, bounced quickly, went a little bit too hard and was vulnerable late. So those blinkers are off. She's just got to run a little further today.
Heroic Rebel will be the 14 at $16, Tony Gollan, Andrew Mallion.
Comes out of the Champagne Problems race at Bow Desert. The winner was all over the top of them. Thought Heroic Rebel was okay there for his first start.
And then Kiss the Cosmos is the 15, Chris Waller and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, one of the real roughies here. Trialled okay recently, though, at Deega.
Okay, 250 now, Noir Emperor. He's a bit like Black Beauty, isn't he, Max? He's a good-looking horse.
Yes, and punters are all over him. $2.80 down to $2.50 on the QAP. That's the same as what Tap's doing at the moment. Ahead of Praise You at $5.50, and then number 11, Shanadar at $6, and then 13, Suzuya at around about $9 at the moment on the QOP. I went a little bit wider than that. Number 5, there's been no real market support. Ralph Star did go up $51 on Tab, and then firmed into 10, but is currently a $13 chance on the QOP. His last 2 starts have been very good. 4th at the Sunshine Coast when dropping from the clouds late, but then finishing 4th at Barbary Spur, and that form line was in hand Stephen further today. Both second and third behind Barbary Spur last start have since won. Winchman, the latest today. So this guy was fourth. So let's see if he can keep that trend up. I do like him up a little bit in trip to 1350 metres as well, number 5. Other hopes here, clearly number 3, Noir Emperor. Went to the Winx Guineas as a maidener and just a little bit out of his depth, but didn't shirk the task there. I've got 4 in the mix, Praise You, and then number 13, Suzuya, who I guess it's a little bit of a quandary, isn't it? Because 13 of Philly, she had blinkers on first up Bernie when second to Deep Tiara, and it actually worked. It got her going, and it was clearly her best performance. And now those blinkers are off, so let's see what happens with her. But she certainly got the ability to run well.
Yeah, I think she was just a little bit busy in them, and perhaps they feel stepping out to 13.50. I'm with her. I think she's a nice each-way play here at $10. To beat the favourite Noir Emperor, I'm liking Imminent Boom and also Imperial Red, but as you mentioned, there are many others. All right, let's get to Anthony for a market update.
Okay, Noir Emperor, $2.50 is your favourite here on Tap Fix. That's the shortest price we've been. Praise You 5. Shenadar soft out to $6.50. Hard to lay at that price as well. And Zuya is a $10 chance and has been popular all the way through betting. Most popular, Noir Emperor. Zuya, second most popular. We're finding it hard to lay Shenadar, guys.
Okay, interesting. Speed-wise, Maxi?
Yeah, I think Praise You, and I don't know how Suzuya's going to go there without the blinkers on, but she did. She showed plenty of dash, didn't she, in the blinkers the other day, so I'm pretty sure she'll be up there somewhere. So they're the 2 probably. Sometimes it's hard to do maps with these maideners, but I'd have them up there. And Anthony mentioning number 11 is hard to lay. Shenadar, and that's probably because of a lack of speed that the filly's got.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times now, but she can run on strongly, and latest went 5th here by Avior, didn't show any speed early, and probably lost a little bit of momentum at the 200 when we put the left blinker on to try and get to the outside. So was busy doing that for about 100 metres at the end. That was quite good, but it's all about whether Shenadar, if by Rossay, can get the brakes in the home straight. Doesn't need to be impeded at any point.
All right, they should be loading up shortly. So far today, Maxi, the track has played pretty well. I mean, we are out in that 10-metre position. Oh, there's the favourite. How good looking.
Yeah.
It's Noir Emperor.
Bit of a show off. Well, this was really chopped up, this track on Saturday.
Yeah.
They've done a remarkable job.
That's right.
The last few days to sort of patch and try and get it to as good as what it looks today. They're obviously still getting into it. I mean, I haven't taken a lot of notice of the times today, but they're conducive to a bit of give in the ground this time of the year. But yeah, you've got to take your hats off to all the staff that have got this track back up and running today, because I think it would have been a heavy 10 if we'd gone through with that last race on Saturday, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. It was just falling apart, wasn't it? I was just talking to some of the owners of Anders Style, Maxi. I'm pretty sure they were in Femina Fashion as well. So she's 18 this year, they said, Femina Fashion, and she was retired from breeding last year. So she's had a wonderful career, motherhood, now retirement. So, I mean, that's just the ideal life of a racehorse, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they might have got a bit of a bargain with him too. 80k out of the mare with a good... I'm not sure what the brothers-in-law, the siblings to Anders...
She didn't win Oaks, did she? She might have won the Roses, did she?
Yeah, it might have been just off the Group 1, but I think Anthony read a format a little earlier. More than $500,000 in earnings, so she's got a pretty good one here. He's still got a little bit to learn, but there's a lot to like about him. Lovely big stride, and Jag said he was a bit strong today, but he'll get better.
Yes, I think so. A lot of upside. All right, let's get upstairs to David Fowler for the call of race 3.
Market continues to 5. It's now 280 Noir Emperor and 440 Praise You. They're starting to get close. Noir Emperor build up the favourite. But Praise You, you have to say, in the last 15 minutes of betting has been the better back. Shamardar, which is looking for the 13.50 in its third start today. It's run on well. So other 2 assignments, $6.50, which were the single figures heads. So they've got almost a complete line. The adjuster and Kiss the Cosmos will be the last two up. Kiss the Cosmos jumps up to a wide gate. The adjuster, Chris and Dory runs the last run of the load. Brad Richardson will start up. He's got the button and he's ready to hit the lead and release it to the third. There's the line. All set. For action. Just a well behaved, bit of a very few bit fidgety. Steadies now. Racing. In the end, they jumped well. The War Emperor drifting back. Zero out wide and Imminent Boom. Jones and Lang, they were first and second away, and these two premiership contenders fight for the early lead. Third away was Imminent Red on the inside, Praise You settling in fourth. They're followed then by the adjuster, three wide of those pink colours, but pushing forward. After only a fair start, Noir Emperor, it's landing about sixth over on the inside, only about 4 to 5 off the lead. Followed then by Heroic Rebel as they drive into the first meander. Ranald Star just ahead of it, slips over the rail, a touch less at midfield. Followed well back as they run down the side by She Drives a Medley. Shanadar, the third favourite, is second last, and Kiss the Cosmos is last of all. I'd say Aim expand them as they reach the 600 metres. The first split, 45.72. Imminent Boom leads Zuya. The Justice had a tough run, three wide, and Praise You in fourth, ready to strike. He needs room to move. Then Imperial Red coming off the mid. Noir Emperor turning in sixth, then slips Stream or slips aid. Ranald Star heads the rest, and they were struggling. Ever home straight short of 300 left to run. Praise You gets out now to come after Imminent Boom, and all of a sudden Noir Emperor sees daylight, charges strongly and looking good. Noir Emperor down below the 100 metres, races away, and Dempsey is going to send him straight to the line. Favourite home again at Doomben. Noir Emperor first, slips aid. A more than encouraging debut for second. Praise You, I think, held third, just in front of Shanadar and Imminent Boom. Then came Zuya, Ranald Star, followed by She Drives a Bentley, the adjuster, Imperial Red, Heroic Rebel, and Kiss the Cosmos was the tail ender at 121.15.
Noir Emperor, number 3, ridden by Luke Dempsey, has got the maiden out of the way at start number 7, following a more than handy enough run in the Winx Guineas when finishing 9 of 16 as a maiden there. But back to 3-year-old maiden company here today. He has been able to assert his authority over the final part and has gone on to score a comfortable victory. They didn't forget to back him, although he became a little bit sort of loose towards the end, but he got in as short as 250 on the QOP at one point. But there's the style of the Irish jockey, Luke Dempsey, going for home, and as David mentioned in the course, Slipstone. It's an encouraging first start. Well spec'd big prices too, 20 down to 13. So each way punters on the Holbert runner there would be pretty happy. Praise You was always travelling strongly in the run there. Shanadar coming through in the middle might want something a little bit further eventually. We can draw an alley and position a little bit handier, but again, Shanadar has finished off quite well. It's in that photo, the 3rd, 4th and 5th by the looks of it. 3 beat 6, clearly Noir Emperor, Barry Lockwood, Luke Dempsey. Bernie finally has his day in the sunshine, this guy.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is glowing in the sunshine as well. EJ joins us to have a chat on behalf of trainer Barry Lockwood, and firstly, he is very good looking.
He's very handsome, isn't he?
That's gorgeous, like Black Beauty, isn't he?
He is. He's a lovely horse, and he's learned so much.
They did not give the numbers. Let's see what the numbers are. I think it's 3641. 364 and 11. 364 and 11. So what happened is this. So the 4 generally, this is where they fail. I don't know why they failed from here, but it did get into the 3rd position. What happened is the 6, which was the EW, that got in. Now, this is something that we spoke during the races at Sandown last week when we were racing. So I think the problem is this for the fillies, that when we go through the DICR, all right, this is all 1. This is all 3. And if you look at the sex, they are all fillies, all right, the 3. Here it is 3 and these are all fillies. Now what does that mean basically? So what happens is, being a filly, they have a discounted weight, right? And that is like 3 kilos less than what the geldings are getting. Now, in that case, what happens, it becomes a difficult challenge for them to deliver because they don't have the weight. They need the weight. Here it is all 58, 58, 58. Here it becomes 56. This is something that we have experienced at Sandown, and this is exactly what was happening here. So, maiden races, fillies will have to be a little more than, what they are capable of delivering. They have to be a little more than that. That's the only problem that I have seen. The rest, everything is good. I mean, 3, then this one, all makes sense. The 5 was good. Okay, the 5 was good, but it has 4 races. It did not do anything. Then it was this one, which was the EW, and that got through. This thing did not work. The 4 came in third, and then here it was 11. With that, leverage. Go to the next and see what's going on. 4. 5 and 11 has been scratched. 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Start so far. So at Canterbury that day, when he had that touch of improvement to come, he had a trial between, a tick over to keep him up to the mark fitness-wise, and he presents in similar order to what he did when he ran really well behind Tomato Toasty there at Randwick.
Amanda Turner and Winona Croston have over the limit. He struggled a touch on debut at Hawkesbury on a heavy 8 surface, showed a little bit of speed but got tired to be beaten around at 6.5 lengths. He needs to improve a touch.
I dare say he's taken that natural improvement second up now. He's another one who's just a bit buzzy in the yard though.
Okay, on to Enviable, Chris Waller, Zach Lloyd. Yeah, she's a nice-looking chestnut filly by Frankel, who's only had the one race start, contested the Group 3 Magic Night back in the autumn, and finished at the tail of the field there behind Memo. Was only beaten 6.5 lengths. Not the recent trials have been good. Jockey James McDonald had a good hold on her in the latest Randwick trial, went fourth behind Artistic Venture.
And she was an $825,000 purchase there at the Magic Millions Gold Coast yearling sale. I haven't seen her, of course, since the Magic Night. She's furnished beautifully. She's got quite a bit of leg underneath her, but she's come on really well. She's strengthened up, she's broadened, and she's filled out. So everything that you'd hope as a late season 2-year-old now, she presents well today.
They put the earmuffs on, Ali, for the first time. Calm enough in the yard?
Most certainly.
Okay, on to Intero, tongue-tied first time. Dylan Gibbons, Kieran Marr.
Yeah, filly by Piero, who's only had the one start. It was here at Warwick Farm back in March of this year. Went around against only a small field. Kilburn won the race. It's beaten around 5.5 lengths, so they elected to tip her out. She might have matured a touch with her time off.
We'll watch her today. She's quite buzzy in the yard. She's got the 2 handlers on her and still quite rough in the coach.
Okay, and then Nullarbor Jane, guys. Molly Burke, John Sargent, a fairly enigmatic type here.
Yeah, she could be a bit of an improver here. Nothing wrong with her latest run there at Newcastle when finishing fourth behind Pewter Pearl. I know she was a beaten favourite that day, but she's shown plenty of ability, particularly in her trials.
She ran in the Riesling, of course, behind Tempted early days there. So I was quite keen to see her and how that she'd come back today.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
She looks like she can look like she's carrying a bit of condition, and that's the way that she presents today. But I dare say that she has come on from that first up run. It's just her build.
Okay, so that's a look at them in the yard. We might have a chat to Ron Quinton. He's got one of, only 2 first starters in this race, and he's got Clancy, a gelding who looks to have a little bit of talent by Territories. How are you, Ron? You well?
Good, very good, Ben. Thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. The weather's a little on the cold side, but let's hope victory here can warm us up. So do you feel confident that Clancy's going to run well on debut?
I'm not confident, no. But look, his last trial wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. And he's worked all right a couple of times, so he's more ready here for a day out and a bit of experience, really. And anything more than that will be a bonus.
Okay, good. That's, you know what, I find that as useful as if somebody declares one, to be honest. Hey, a couple of yours we keep close eyes on. Signor Tortoni off the back of the weekend.
Yeah, he run good again. He's been a model of consistency. He's only been out of the first 3 once and he ran fourth that day. So I'm just not sure what I'm going to do, whether I give him one more run or give him a break. I'm not quite sure.
You tipped Bryant out. When are we likely to see that galloper back?
He'll be a while. He'll be a while. You won't see him for a few months. So he has a good spell and then come back, and hopefully they'll all be a lot better.
I certainly hope that's the case. Good luck here.
Thanks, man.
Thanks to Ron. Let's get to Ali. Who's your pick of the yard here, Ali?
I'm with the 12. Let's get a photo of our Ron Quinton. I'll never complain about that. The 12, enviable here. I love the...
Right, this is the 4th one. It's a class 3. Now, class 3 is something which is like a benchmark 50, 55, something like that. So, if you look through the odds, it's 2, 3, 4, and 6. 2 is the favorite. 2 is the linear. It's there with everything. Okay. Now, the problem is here that it's gone beyond 12%. It's gone to 15%. The leverage is 15. So that thing works, but in order to work with that, you need a superb jockey on this. That is missing. That's the first thing. The second thing is, for that to work, it has to be a benchmark 80 plus. 15, 16% they do work, but on a benchmark 80 and above. So that's more or less the thing. All right. Now, the next is 3, which is here. The 6 is also there, which is the EW. Now, the problem with the 6 is there's a fall of 4%. there's a fall of 4%. Okay. And will it get in? It might, but that's one of the highest spell. Okay, that is one of the highest spell, but it is a thing which is gone through that fall. So when we do that, the 3 gets up. Okay, the 3 gets up with that which is less, and it is in a very good hand. The management is there. It's a neutral. It is going to run neutral. There's no problem. This is a little too much, right? This, the 15.9 is actually 16%. The 16% can work. I'm not saying no to it, but for that you need a very good jockey up here. That jockey is not there. That leverage is a little too much. So I like the 3 over the 2. That's the first. And the 6 went through a fall. The 4th went through a fall. These are all falls, okay? These are all falls. They went through fall. The one which actually did not fall is this one, which stays there. 1. If we look where it is right here. That's the second linear. That is the second linear. So, will the 2 get in? It's a good horse. There's, there's no complaint about that horse. But winning looks difficult. Winning looks difficult. I mean, if we did not have the arrangement of measuring the leverage, I would have gone with that linear thinking it'll win. I mean, that is still the favorite. A lot of people think that it is going to win. But the problem is this, that 16% is very high. Even at Rand week, we were averaging anywhere between 12%. The only race where it went beyond 12% was where that 4 and the 9 got through. They were at 18%, 19%. All right, but that was benchmark 88. All right, that was a benchmark 88. This is probably a benchmark 50, 55, something on those lines. But we can see it is all like 40, 45, 46. So carrying that 15%, 16% is a little steep. I like the 3 because of, that's good. And it is right after that, which is there. And the 1 is a check. The 1 is here. The 1 is not, that's a stable one. It's a very stable one. So we'll see how it works. I like the 3. The 2 is pressed. They have 4 and 6 which are there. The 6 is the 4 is a fall. This is a major fall. And then those are not even there. Okay. The 1 which is the stable one is 1, which is good. There is no problem in this. And the 6 is a good one, but it's a fall again. All right, it's a fall. So whether this will work or not, we will be able to figure out. These are the ones which are the lowest leverages, the 9, which can actually, is capable of doing damages. We've seen that the lower ones, they do damages. But today, I think that's a little too much asking from these. So I'm not very sure how that will work. But yes, I like the 3. It's a neutral. And this one is the leverage which is there. It's 15%. Let me just put it in more. It's 15%, 15.9 actually, 16% on that. So that generally works, but 2 things required. 1, it has to be at least a benchmark 80 above, and you need a jockey, which is missing. Tuna, red carpet for Bruce Willis.
I mean, Kokatahi's hit the line really well, but absolutely categorically had its chance. Was almost level with Clancy with 100 metres to go, and one's been able to rally, and the other one has ultimately bumped into one a bit too good. Enviable, and then Hallie, I guess, Nullarbor Jane, we're kind of starting to get the impression we know what we're getting with Nullarbor Jane now. There was early hype, ran well again, but ultimately bumped into a few a bit too good.
I think she's probably found her level now. Yeah. We saw her in Stakes Company earlier on in previous preparations, so there was a bit of a flashing light on her, but I think she certainly found her level. I thought Enviable would be one to follow, particularly once she gets out over further off that break.
All right, maybe one we hear more about tomorrow. Of course, Black Book is coming up on a Thursday night. Ron, we'll get you over here if we can, thank you. I don't know if I'm happy for you or cranky at you, but either way, has he exceeded your expectation, the Gelding?
No question. No question about it. I didn't expect him to win or even run a place, really, but anyway, it's fantastic for the owners and really, really good. So, no, onward and upward, as I say.
Well, he showed positional speed, but it was the toughness. I mean, he's borderline been headed there at the 100, and he's been able to rally. That must really excite you going forward.
Fantastic, and so good for Maddie too. She's done a lot of the education work for him of the source, so it's a very good reward for her as well.
Tell me Luscantire can't win on Friday at Kembla.
Well, see what she do 13 hours or something, so... Anyway, you never quite know, Ben.
Mate, if you say no, I'm jumping on. Well done.
Good on you, Ben. Thanks.
Congrats. Well done, Ron Quinton there. He does, for what it's worth, have Luscantire going around. Didn't draw particularly well, but does look a chance. And off the back of this, his stable's flying at the moment. We discussed a couple of his youngsters that he's tipped out, and I can't wait to see them back. Brian, of course, one, and Signor Tortoni another. But this fella looks handy enough too, Ali.
Yeah, he does, and it was interesting to hear Ron Quinton mention that, Maddie, you've done quite a bit of work with him at home. He was a little bit buzzy in the yard. What's he like?
I haven't done all the work. It's a shared effort. There's a few other track work riders there too. He was actually sort of known as being a goofball at home, and he's just snuck into the 3-year-old race by day. But off his trial form, his trials are really, really good. He's matured in leaps and bounds, and I thought I was quietly confident today.
And he was tough to the line too.
Yeah, I thought he got headed quite early on. It's probably more forward than I wanted to be, but there wasn't a huge amount of speed. The blinkers on, he was right up on the speed there, but he was tough, and actually I think he's a really nice horse.
Expect he'd only improve with more race experience too.
Exactly. I thought if anything he might have just been a little bit green today, and he was, so he's got plenty of improvement there. Great work. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, Matty. So Clancy wins, $8.50 fixed, $9.40 on the local tote. Beats Kokatahi and Enviable in for third. Nullarbor Jane in for fourth, having been afforded every opportunity by Molly Burke. 2, 10, 12 and 14, 2 races down. Clancy wins there for Matty Owen and Ron Quinton. Bit of a surprise, but yet too good. Clancy, the 3-odd by territories. Kokatahi, Enviable and Nullarbor Jane. We'll leave it there, take a break. Doomben next.
What is wrong?
Okay, they're in the yard here up to race 4 at Doomben, class 3, 13.50. It is Bernie and Maxie.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 4 on the card. This is a Colts, Geldings and Entires class 3 handicap. It's over 1350 metres, and your favourite is Facundo, ahead of Exceed, Speed and Borello. So let's take a look at Russian Sub Maxi. He's from the Harry Richardson stable with Jake Bayless.
Yeah, he's got enough pace to probably lead here. A bit of speed to come out of the two scratch-ins. Last start, he ran fifth here behind Hawker Hall a couple of Saturdays ago. He's actually fast away from gate 1, but he let those speedsters go. They went really quick. He just gave a bit of ground late there. This is obviously a little bit easier for him, but I'm thinking more on the place line here today.
Let's have a look at this $2.70 favourite Facundo from the Kelly Schweder stable, CJ Graham.
Yeah, he's by National Defence, this 3-year-old. His last 2 wins have been solid. This is a little bit harder again, but he's been coping really well, this fellow. Who knows, he could have won first up, Bernie, and made it 4 wins from 6. He had no clear running that day here whatsoever, and then he put the Redwood straight.
I'm sorry, this is benchmark approximately 68.
Everything looks spot on.
Not 50, 55, it's benchmark 68. Approximately.
And savour the dream, and I think they'll be rewarded by doing that.
Here's Exceed Speed from the Tony Gollins stable, Ryan Maloney.
First up run was quite good here when 4th behind Run with the Tide. The speed was on and he ran on. They sort of rode him quietly because there was a lot of pressure on and found the line quite well. Obviously a bit fitter, second up here.
Here's Flywheel, pretty solid around that $6 mark.
PC, welcome back.
Goes up over the mile.
I had the option of going to Sandown today, PC. I just thought that we'll try Doomben and get some clarity.
Recent Saturday, 4th behind Choa. Yes, it's decent enough form. I know he's only got 2 wins from 21, but I think he can run him in the money again here. Top 3 chance.
Here's Borello. Good money for him as well. Jordan Lee from Ballina.
Tuner, I like 3.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Do they know, Maxie?
I like 3. I'll show you why I like 3 more, because the 2 is pushed. It's beyond 16% on a benchmark 60. It's a class 3.
One claim, I guess.
Well, there's usually 5 when there's a bit of smoke around.
Yeah, exactly. Let's look at the 7 North Channel here at 100 to 1. Trevor Thomas, Carl Zechner.
First up, happy just to watch.
Turbulence from the Sani Stresieri stable in Deegan with Dale Smith.
Yeah, an awkward jump. Last start it was Sunny Coast, so it was back last. And then sort of hooked very wide, no real finish. There are a few excuses.
I mean, I don't have any complaints on the 2. It is just that this thing doesn't, we haven't seen this working on a benchmark like this. 16% is steep. If it was anywhere within 10, 12%, I would have gone with it. But
it could possibly bounce back here. This is obviously more achievable.
Here is how it looks, Tuna.
Back to 1350. So
if we look through the leverage, it is at 2. The 6 has a fall. The 3 is the next, all right? But the 1 remains a check. It is without a fall. I'm not saying that the 2 is not going to get there. 2 will get there, but winning could be difficult.
Say the dream race. So they're taking the 58 here versus 52. I think they had on Saturday, or 52.5.
10.
But obviously,
the 10 is the lowest. That happens, Tuna. That happens. But that's again a place chance, Tuna.
Yeah. So I'm
that's again a place chance. That happens. That is a possibility. The lowest ones are there within this. It's how it'll work.
There's no reason why you can't make it 3 wins on the trial.
Because the 1 is also there in between, The 1 is also there in between. How that 1 is going to work out is something I don't know. But
he could be invited to lead here, and that could be their best result with Russian Sun. It could be hard to run down, but I think Facundo will run the other straight. And I think he's the best bet on the program today. I've got to exceed speed there. A little concerned about the drift. 350 to 480.
Getting tailed.
So he's coming back down in there, but I thought he was the danger for my way of thinking. Then fly wheel, and then lock all number 9. Maybe he was just out of his depth. I'm not sure what happened here in the Winx Guineas, but he's 3 runs prior to that. This time in, we're all good enough to give him a winning chance here, lock all. So 2 to beat 3, 4, and 9.
Well, I've got the same numbers, so there's not much I can add to this at all. I'm 2, 3, 9, 4, but he's doing everything right. There's his favourite at the moment, and this is beautiful placement. It would appear to be pre-race anyway by the Wallaces and Kelly Schweida, and the good gate.
I won't get into it. The 3 is getting tailed. 2 is way too much. The next one is 1, probably maybe an EW on 1.
His 4th win, 3rd in a row. Let's get Anthony for market update.
The 3 is getting tailed.
60 now. That's about as short
badly.
as been throughout betting.
If it doesn't run, it will not win.
Speed. And Barello $4.40. It's had a good move in from about $6 earlier today. Barello best back to beat Facundo, but Facundo still the most popular runner here. About 50% of all bets on Facundo. Barello biggest for Malate into 440. Flywheel 6, Russian sub 10, and Lockor 17, guys.
All right, they are loading up nicely here. Oh, they've just started to load up here, so we're going to run slightly late.
Yep, 9 races today, but beautiful weather here. The track drying out a little bit following the heavy rain on Saturday afternoon and a light shower last night. And the rail at 10 metres today, but the track's played pretty well. It'll get another wrap too if this gets home for Facundo for the punters.
Indeed. All right, let's get up to David Fowler for the call of race 4.
So it's been a good mover from 7, flywheel at 6. The handful to come up now, in fact 2, Kazami at exceed speed, and then we'll be ready to see them dispatch from the gates for the 4th race today. It's Kazami coming up. Kazami resuming from the spell, Bailey Wheeler riding for Kevin Kipp, spelling the high caliber racing colours. Strong and high caliber syndication these days. Seat speed goes to a spot. They're all in now. Red light comes on immediately, and they're set for race 4. Facundo the favourite, Barello well backed. They're off. Barello began only fairly on the inside, and Facundo wasn't that well served either. Now, Russian Sub was first out. Barello's quickly on the scene along the inside. Kazani third looking for a spot. Improving now was Facundo, and Flywheel's off the track. Exceed speed just behind that clump of runners near the rail, so they're tightly bunched in the early stages. Then Lockor, North Channel, and Turbulent. Turbulent settles in last position. 900 left to run. Russian sub the pacemaker. Kazani went up to be second, trailing by 3/4. Flywheel off the track, 3 wide. Facundo the centre. And Borello parked fifth on the rail. Directly behind it, Exceed Speed on its outside Lockor. The two roughies with a tail end pair, Turbulent at North Channel. Only 5 lengths span, the pace not overly strong. 600 metres left to run at Russian sub. He carved out the first 750 metres at a leisurely 46 and 59. He comes to the turn in front from Kazani. Flywheel's always been wide for Kundo. Just coming off the mid momentarily, then Borello. Exceed Speed pulled to the outside. Then Lockor, the widest runner, out of Turbulent North Channel. In the home straight, Russian sub Kazani. Facundo is flat to the boards. Exceed Speed's running on fairly. It's still Russian sub in front. They're trying to get it at the moment. They can't, though. Battling on for the minus, Facundo and Exceed Speed. But Russian sub, he jumps out of the ground today. Russian sub wins from
One.
Exceed Speed or Facundo and Flywheel between the pair. Lockwood not too far away, then Borello, who had his chance ahead of Kazani North Channel and Turbulent last time in 121.31.
Russian sub straight to the lead, trained by Harry Richardson and written by Jake Bayless. Photo for second. It looks like Exceed Speed on the outside of Facundo, and then Flywheel, and then Lockall back in fifth spot. Well, it was just a case of no tempo whatsoever. Russian sub had the speed. At one point, he was being joined by Borello for the pace, and then Borello dropped back 2 lengths on the rails. Bit of a messy race for Facundo. He couldn't really get that chance to wind up. I mean, it's the replays.
No, it is not that.
He's a wind-up horse. He hits the flat spot, and he's had to switch back towards the inside. But I guess, having said that, Exceed Speed is nothing for second. But it was a bit of a farcically run race, wasn't it, when a couple of them came out that were likely to go forward, Desolation and Prepotent. Russian sub was invited to lead. This is what he can do. He's been doing this all of his life, hanging out or hanging in. He may have even lost a race here on Protest once by being silly like this, Bernie, but he's always had good ability, this horse, and when he gets away with the cheap first half, he was always going to be hard to catch.
Absolutely, and how wonderful for Harry Richardson. We're going to have a chat with him now. I know you're doing the strapping as well.
Oh, we'll get the numbers. I think 1, 3, 2 and something else that got in. One, 3, 2 and 4. 1, 3, 2 and 4. So what happened is this, that one, the 3 got tailed, okay? That's why I stepped out. The 3 was good, but the 3 got tailed. There was some problem. I don't know what happened, but that got tailed. What happened is that 1, which was without a movement, went through. This was a little too much, okay? This was a little too much. 6 was a fall. 3 I liked, but this one got tailed, and the 1 knocked it out. I was not very sure that if the 3 gets tailed, in that case, will the 2 will get there, but that's not possible actually. That's not possible. It'll get a place, but that's steep. That is steep for this particular horse. If this was a benchmark 80 plus 80 something, this is a possibility, and you need a jockey with this. You need a jockey. The jockey was missing here. I mean, it was not missing, but it is not the jock that you need to deal with this. You needed somebody better. You need somebody absolutely better. The jockey was missing on here, on this guy also. So that was the confusion. Otherwise, it played exactly how it should play. And then came the 4, right? The 4 was there. The 4 was here. This is a 43 with a fall. I had a lot of thoughts about this 9, but it did not look like it is here to deliver. That's a very steep fall. That's a very steep fall. 5, 5, 5, 5. Those are very steep. One, I showed you, Tuna, the thing is, Tuna, you and I both are here, all right? And it's not that I know, I know something more than you. You and I, PC, Lee, we all play together. But what I am doing here is I am keeping a log of what's happening. I'm keeping a log of what is happening. A 15% is way too high. A 15% is a way too high. I am still not in a position where I can, I can confidently take a call when a situation like this arises, when, I like a horse and it is getting tailed. I step out, because in that fraction of a moment, I cannot process, my brain doesn't work that fast. I cannot process which is the next one to fall. Which is the next one to fall on. But, we are getting there. I need solid, work that needs to be done with the sheet. It is still under preparation. We are working every day. We are testing. We are doing stuff like that. But at times, yes, I do get confused. And, the best thing is to step out. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Two 14, 15 scratched. Ten, 5, 12, 6. Okay, this is the 5th one, all right? It's a class 1. Now, let me just break down, what a class 1 means. A class 1 is about a benchmark 60. The class 1 is about a benchmark 60. So the 10 is the favorite, all right? If we look through the odds, it's 10, 5, 12, and 6. 10, 5, 12, and 6. If we look through the rails, we get that 11 on top. Okay. So let's understand what is happening here. It is a class 1 benchmark, let's say 60, and this is where we are standing. If we look through the leverage, 10 is at 9.4. Okay, this is acceptable, but when we look at who it has been assigned to is a 21. The 10, this is acceptable. This is very much acceptable. But this leverage is on a horse which is a 21, according to this particular sheet that we are operating. Okay. So, is it in a good hand? It is in a very good hand. And if we look through the thing, then we have this 3, which is a 19, 23, 23, 21, and all that is happening. And these 2 are falls. Okay, they fell. So 11 and 12 are the 2 top-notch horses with a fall of 1.5 and 1.5. They both stand at 6. This one is at 9 and it's a 21. Now, the 10 is favorite because of the jockey, which is there. This one is a complete green line. Is way too much advantage on that colt. Is way too much advantage on that colt. The 8. Okay. It's got a league race and all that, which is there. See the 11. Where does the 11 stand? 11 came in 8th 2 weeks ago at Grafton. 12 came in second. 12 came in second. 12 came in second 3 weeks ago at Gold Coast. This is a fall. The gate is 11. And this is a gilding, which is a 21 and is favorite. With that leverage. This is an acceptable leverage. It's 9.4. There's a but it is not a maiden race. It is a class 1. It's a class 1. It's not a maiden. So if it's above benchmark 60, then 11 is out. 11 is not there, probably. But the 12, I think, is better. The 12, I think, is better. They're the same spell. Stays exactly like that. What we could be possibly missing? That 8 is a check. It is a total green line. Okay, I don't know how that will actually work, but that 8 is a check. If the 12 doesn't get tailed, then I'll go with the 12. The 10 is very ambitious. That's a little, again, it's the same thing. It's going to be 2,000 meters that they're going to be running. And though it doesn't have any pressure, it is not carrying any pressure, but that does not, the 12 is under pressure. It's carrying the highest pressure. It's carrying the highest pressure, the 12. Okay, but that is also one of the best horses. This thing is not carrying any pressure. There is a leverage on this. I mean, this thing has would have been on negative. I removed that because that was eating up a lot of space. But if we take it out, I can take out. It's not that I can't take out. So the 10 would have been on negative, all right? The 12 would have been on 0. That is on 8. This would have been on 0, which is on 8. The rest, everything is like that. Okay? These two would have been on 0. The 11 would have been on negative 42. So that's weird. This is a This is a strong graduation. I mean, it's exactly like this. Here it was 16% on 46. Here it is almost 10% on a 21. So what happened is that 1 knocked it out, which was in neutral, which was a stable one, because the 3 was getting tailed. But the result is still that, the 3 beat the 2. 1 won because 3 was getting tailed, but 3 still beat 2. Here, That's 9 point. The thing is, it's in a very good hand, and the challenge for the 12 is 2000 meter is not the distance for the fillies. We needed a 5-year-old mare in this one, which is not there. And that 8 is with almost all green line. So we'll see how it works. I definitely like the 12 over the 10, and we'll see what they have to say. PC 9 Warwick Farm win. The 3 here. 10 win Dan Sand. Okay. Sandown 10. The 3 is the linear, but it has, it's a 19 tuna. It's a 19. Generally up to 2000 meters. Up to 2000 meters, the linears win, but that linear is not exactly a linear. It is the largest inner drift or something like that, because it's a 4-figure linear tuna. Not sure what it'll do, but it is, it's a good horse. It's on papers, we can see it is a good horse. The 10 is definitely a speculation. The 10 is put to a test. It is not a speculation. So the question is whether 10 will respond to that, the leverage that has been assigned. That's pretty steep. PC is on 10. Sandown. But the good thing is, I think the season's back, because from August onwards, I think it is going to be way better racing than what we've been doing the entire month of July. $11 bets today between Warwick and Sandown. PC. Fabulous, PC. Fabulous. Beach could be quicksand. Which one is the beach? Sandown? The Sandown and Doomben are almost the same condition today, about soft 6. PC saved my life. PC, we are going to get a better racing experience next month that I have a feeling.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 5 on the card. This one is a Class 1 plate over 2,060 metres. For the middle distance comes staying types, and David Van Dyke holds the key here, rear favouritism. Now, Trump Card is the new favourite and being very well supported into 360 over his stablemate. We own a Redwood. The original favourite has drifted out to 420. So let's have a look at Can't Quit, Maxie, from the Kerry Taplin stable with Chloe Wells.
Can't quit what?
Smoking.
No, you did quit.
I did.
He's only won the 1 from 18, this fellow, over 1,800 metres. Couple of runs back at Kilcoy. Latest, he did lead there, but they get on their bike early in those long-distance races around those tight turning tracks, and they were attacking 800 from home, and he sort of dropped out. He was just fairly weak in the home straight, but he might be able to control the tempo a little bit better here today.
Okay, let's take a look at Lena's Reel now from the Lindsay Golf stable with Georgie Cartwright.
Found the right race. Was first up over 1696 coming to Lindsay from Victoria. That was first up since November, so he did do a good job to lead all the way, albeit they were going 3/4 pace for the first 1,000. And Georgie sort of upped the ante a little bit from about the 700 or 800 metres mark, and he was too good. Sport, he might have to work a little bit harder in the early stages, but he's obviously going to be fitter for that first up win.
Here's Smelter, number 4, Nicole Luke and Rob Thorburn.
Boom, PC. Let me bring in Bucefelis.
450, and last start finished midfield at Grafton in that 2-mile contest there over 31.70. So very fit. He's just got to be sharp enough, I guess, coming back from the 3,200.
Here's Trump Card, your new favourite, David Van Dyke and Jay Guthman-Chester.
A bit of an awkward barrier here with the rail out, and he's been okay at his last couple. He's been favourite. Has whacked away. I think that's the best possible way to describe his last start performance. He had every possible chance there.
What about Bold Blaze from the Garnet Taylor stable with Corey Sutherland?
Certainly helped by Corey's 3-kilo allowance. They've taken the blinkers off and just got the blinkers on. Midfield at Rocky, in McGuinness there behind Scrub Chain, and took a while to get into the clear, but once he
Jesus Christ, there's something.
Sort of, finished quite well the last 200 metres, so it is a bit of a jump up to 2,060, but the run was okay.
No, Bucefelis is not going to work.
For Nicole Luke.
And Nicole with another runner here, another long distance.
So the odds have changed.
His only win was over 2,250, so the distance is right.
Then we get to Mingardos, Ryan Tyrrell and Tiffany Brooker.
5:10, 12:6.
2 runs ago, ran second at the coast over a similar distance to this to Black Let Beauty. Did make a mid-race move around them, about 1,200 to lead, so that was a good move. And then last start, ran 6 behind Bit of a Blarney. And sort of battled a little bit in the home straight. So I guess it depends on what kind of mood he's in. He's a little bit hit and miss, but got a good draw and should get a nice trip in transit.
Pride of Sababella is from the Liam Birchley stable with Ryan Wiggins.
Got plenty of mentions in the Stewards report in Rocky when running third. Couldn't really get clear until too late there, but went to Grafton. And they rode him quietly there. He was third last, as much as 600 metres out. Nice ride by Matt McGowan because cut the corner, got to the outside, and he finished best to score. So slightly further in trip, I think he'll run it. He should relax okay for Ryan.
We own a Redwood is back into $4 now. David Van Dyke, Ryan Maloney.
I think he probably should be the favourite, maybe due to less convictions. A lot of these have had win strike rates and nothing flash, but he's only had the 3 starts, and as soon as David got him to 1,800 at his third start, that's what it was all about. He was too strong for Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock has since won, and even Gas Brigade, who ran third in that race, has raced well since. So I think everything is spot on for We Own a Redwood today.
Paddy Cunningham trains Bomb Fidelity with Kobe Vidler.
He's here all the way from Glen Innes, this filly, via Grafton. She ran 8th in the Grafton Guineas, and she couldn't keep up over the 1600. She must have been 10, 12 lengths off the lead halfway through the race and narrowed the gap to 4.5 off Ronnie B, the eventual winner in the end. So I don't think the distance is going to be a problem for her.
Road to Paradise. Matt Hoy said Luke Dempsey.
This filly by the Autumn Sun, she's a 3-year-old, about to turn 4, and was really good at her only start from Matt Hoysted. That was at the Coast, running second to Family of League. Was sort of held up when Luke Dempsey wanted to go forward. It was like from about the 500 to the 200. And once she got clear, it was just simply too late. But I love the way she kept strongly to the line.
And Tim Hurley trains State of Fact. A little bit of money at big odds for this fellow with Bailey Wheeler.
And Winkers are going on for the first time. He's only won the one from 18.
Okay, that is how they looked in the yard. A real fight for favouritism here between the two Van Dyke runners. Trump card, 370. He did touch 350, Maxie, so there was a bit of a run on him for a while. The other bloke drifted out to 420, touched back to 380, now 390. So on the QOP, 10 cents splitting them. Tab, yep, 10 cents splitting them, but has the other way round.
Yeah. So keep an eye on that over the next 90 seconds or so. And then we've got the filly, Road to Paradise. She's close up as well. Mm-hmm. On the QOP, she was $4.80 out to $5, down to $4.40 on the official price. So I thought the two that haven't had a lot of racing might fight to finish out. Number 10, We Own a Redwood. I've got it in on top. I like everything about it today. The good draw, the leading rider, David Van Dyke with these middle distance horses, and he's got the pedigree to run further, and he showed that being very strong in that Casterly Rock race at the Coast last time. So I'm really happy with the 10 here. We Own a Redwood to beat number 12, Road to Paradise. The filly has got a similar profile to him. Then I've got 5, Trump Card, and number 9, Pride of Savabella, coming off a near last to first win at Grafton during the carnival.
What was that bet I just saw on State of Fact? Did you see that? Just flashed up on the screen there at 100 to 1. So here's that. Sorry? No, somebody was telling me about it, but I couldn't quite hear them. Yeah, it looked a decent sort of a bet, so that's some confidence there with the...
They said that 12 is going to be 4, right? So it's not a 3-year-old.
She built fantastic. Look, it's either going to be really ugly or you're going to say, wow, what a fantastic ride, because she does draw rather ordinary here. Is she coming into...
Comes out to 11.
Started with 12. Proof 1. So what will be the tactics here with her, do you think? She's been going back, and maybe that just... How do you have the tempo in this race, Max? Are you genuine or a bit of a dawdle?
Oh, look, Can't Quit usually likes to roll.
That's what I thought. Lena's reels.
Yeah, I think they've got to come out on Lena's reel from out there, stride forward.
Smelter gets up there. Captain Good Vibes.
I don't know whether they run along or... But usually they want to put the brakes on, get their spots and put the brakes on. Yeah, Mingardos. They almost pulled it off 2 ago when Mingardos whipped around.
That's right.
Around second.
So I'm not sure of the tactics here with her, but it could be really awful or it could end up all right. She will need a race. If they choose to ride her back, I think they're going to win the race with tempo. So, but as I say, I'm not sure where they're going to ride her, but thought she was great through the line last start, as was We Own a Redwood. I've got Trump Card there, of course, now as well, and I left Can't Quit in there because I keep going back to that day at Eagle Farm in the Barazin race where he ran third. I know he's since looked a bit ordinary.
PC!
Well, Sunnycoast run was okay. Kilcoy run started that day.
Thank you so much for doing that, PC. Thank you so much for doing that.
Right, Malone here on Rihanna Redwood reminds me of...
Without you, PC, this journey would have been very difficult. Very difficult, my
Get
friend.
the Australian Horse of the Year.
We haven't voted yet for the Queensland.
No.
Yeah.
We have voted. We haven't discussed our votes yet either because I've been away. But they aren't. Obviously, they move around the country, and this year they are to be hosted here in Queensland. Yes.
Yeah, so
fantastic.
And the Hall of Fame's always a great attraction as well.
See, the 10 is a hope. The 10 is a hope.
That was great.
I mean, 12 is the third favorite, so EW doesn't make sense.
In terms of Queensland Horse of the Year.
If it was the fourth, I could have gone with an EW on 12. I'll go with the 12th wing.
For at least a decade.
I just hope that they do justice to that horse. It's a good one. It is not a 3-year-old anymore. It's a 4-year-old.
You know, it was just a big year, a big winter for Queenslanders. They should all be so proud of themselves.
Yeah. So here all the results were coming out. You know, September as to who wins what, but we're going to be up there in some of the categories. The 2-year-old and
the 5 is
I don't know
there.
the results, obviously, but I believe that was very, very close.
The 5 has advantage of being a
Now,
4-year-old.
nicely. Actually, how many we got left to load? Let's get to Anthony.
We seriously needed a 5-year-old mare at this distance,
Rihanna Redwood is your favourite,
which we don't have. But let's just go.
Rihanna Redwood came in a little bit there. 3.90
5 looks
the most
good.
popular runner. Trump card $4 and Road to Paradise $4.80. We've laid this Lena's Rebel at $15. It's actually the 4th most popular runner outside the top 3 in the market. But Rihanna Redwood in a pretty open market is your favourite. Last few loading, we'll head straight to David.
Now, the majority of these runners have been loaded. Lena's Real still to move up. Trump card coming up. Bond Fidelity about to move in, and Road to Paradise will be one of the last up. So 2 to move in now. 2,060 metres the distance. The distance adjusts due to the 10-metre rail. And Lena's Real, one run in South East Queensland, resulted in a winner which for Lindsay Goff as the last runner-up. And the starter, Brad Richardson, on the other side of the barriers, is ready to release. He turns on the red light. Card quits getting edgy in barrier 1. All set now. 5th of 9 at Doomben, racing. Minganos took a backward step at the start. Can't Quit bounced smartly off the inside and was the initial leader. The Van Dyke pair 2nd and 3rd away. We had a Redwood and Trump card. There's Lena's Real off the wide gate pushing forward. It'll be up 2nd soon. Minganos about 5th at the winning post the first time. Smelter's going forward but caught wide, then Bomb Fidelity. Followed by State of Fact. Our Road to Paradise finds itself wide into the mile bend. Then Captain Good Vibes, Bull Blaze, and Pride of Savabella whips them in. That's the first call. 1,500 left to run it. Can't Quit whipped away. Led by 5 to Lena's Real down the rail. Smelter in 3rd one off the fence. 2 away we had a Redwood, travelling well for Melody in 4th spot. Step away Trump card right behind it outside of Minganos. A length behind that pair, Road to Paradise, also getting in close to the rail. Then came State of Fact, followed by Bond Fidelity, Captain Good Vibes, Bold Blaze, and Pride of Savabella, last 10 to 12 off the lead. Down the back straight now towards the 1,000 metres. They completed half the journey. And Can't Quit currently making every post a winning post. His favourite role, the lead role. He's out by a length to Speller in 2nd, and Lena's Real getting a cushy run behind that pair in 3rd. Then came Wiona Redwood, 4th one off the rail. He's always been in a good position, no excuse today. Over on the inside was Minganos and Trump card. He'll actually stalk Wiona Redwood into the race. Then Road to Paradise on the back of Trump card. On its inside, State of Fact. Bold Blaze, 4th last, but about to make a move. And the tail-end trio of Pride of Savabella. Bomb Fidelity not travelling well, and ditto for Captain Good Vibes. 500 left to run. Can't Quit tackled in earnest by Smelter. Leader's Real needs a run. Now Wiona Redwood makes his move. Trump card still trying to track him forward. Then Minganos, Road to Paradise. Bold Blaze, the widest runner.
It is in a very, very bad position.
But Wiona Redwood on the outside. Strong challenge. And went by Can't Quit, then Leader's Real.
Big Gardos, trump card, one batting, bowl blaze down the outside. It's Fiona Redwood in full flight. Short of 100 metres left to go. He's clear of leaders real. Then Big Gardos a trump card. Fiona Redwood in front and one. Fiona Redwood first. Second leaders
10.
real. Third trump card. Fourth either Bingardos or Bowl Blaze, then Road to Paradise Spelter, followed by Pride of Savabella, a gap to Can't Quit, Bob Fidelity, State of Fact and Captain Good Vibes, last time in 211.64.
So Ryan Maloney, David Van Dyke winning the fifth with Riona Redwood. That's back-to-back wins now at this fellow's first preparation. So that's a tidy effort. Lena's Real only had 2 starts up here for a winner, the second today, and then Trump Card, who just whacked away. And number 6, Bowl Blaze, could get that 4th spot. I'll tell you what, there was a stiff runner, and that was in the Wanless Tartan Road to Paradise. It took her a while to get a spot in the running line, and then from the top of the straight up, I don't think it was smooth sailing. Just before we hand back to Anthony, we'll get a look at their head-on. And Road to Paradise is back there trying to get around heels and does so, but it's all too late. I think the damage was done from the top of the straight to about the 200, but she really knuckles down late. And she's one to follow out of that race there, Road to Paradise. But so we have a look. This is the head-on vision here. And you can see she's just caught in behind with nowhere to go. And then the gap closes again.
It was a bad traffic.
So she'll certainly keep for another day. But the winner, Riona Redwood, taking out race number 5 as we get back to Anthony in the studio.
Okay, thank you for that, Max.
10-3.
Back-to-back wins, Riona Redwood. He dashed quickly, put them away, just wanted to lay in a little bit, but it was too good for them there. Lena's Real second and Trump Card. Bolt Blaze in for 4, so 10-3.
That 3.
There after race 5.
Almost.
We'll take a short break, head back to Warwick Farm.
Yeah.
Straight to Warwick Farm now we go.
Let me get the numbers. Hold on. 5. This distance is basically not for the fillies. The fillies will struggle. I mean, I just did not have enough confidence to go with that 10. It looks like that was it. Come on. Ten three five. Okay, 10-3-5. 10-3-5. So what happened is this, that the 10 was just, there was no pressure on this horse, okay? There is no pressure on this horse. And there's nothing. It was a very good hand. I mean, that is acceptable. That 9.4 is acceptable. That is something that's quite believable. But this is where I stepped back. This is where I stepped back because it was 21. The 3 was the linear, which was a 19. So what happened is these two, they did not get in. The fillies. Again, it is just the fillies that did not get in. Otherwise, it worked well. Otherwise, it worked well. That is it. We'll go to the next 6. 10 has been scratched. 4216. Okay, this is what's going on. It's a class 5, okay? Now, a class 5 is about benchmark 75, approximately. So they have the 4 as the favorite. And that's one of the highest spells, okay? Now, if we look through the rails, we get 1, 2, 4, and 6. This is how we get. And 4 is a drift. That is the largest drift. And this is exactly where they also fail. For whatever reasons I am not aware of. But that's something that happens. Now, if we look at the leverage, we get 3 on top, which is quite deliverable. It's at 10%, which is here. All right, it is 10%. Then we get 1 and 2. So here it was at 9.4 on a 21. It did the job. Here it is at 10.4 on a 39. If we look at what that 3 is all about, came in 15th. That is a bad idea. And then we have these 2. Okay. So this one is a 42, which is here. It's got the rails and all that. This is a little speculation. There's a 3.5 increment on this. But it is not a match to 2. 4 is a fall. Here we had seen the falls, right, on 2000 meter. This is a 1600 meter. Now, I'm not saying that the 4 will not get there. I'm saying winning is difficult. Winning is difficult. That's what I would say. These are all false down there. This is 1.5. This could build up the competition, but on a 1600 meter, this is exactly what we had at Randwick also, wherein we, I can pull up that sheet, and when you have those races, the group 1 races and everything, it is very difficult. The 4 is good. The 2 is better. The 2 is better. The 46. This is a 47, but it became 45. This is 46. And 7, 5, 8. 1 is 8, but you don't have a jock. This is good. This is good. 4. Okay. What are the other possibilities that might happen and can destroy everything for us is the 4.53. This one, okay. The 3 we spoke about, it came in 15th. It came in 15th. So that's not the problem. But that's what we are thinking. But looking at that and that, this is quite deliverable. If things topple up, then it is quite possible that the 3 came in 15th. It's probably going through a bad phase. That's not happening. I don't know, I like the 2. The 4 is good, there's no doubt, but this is a drift, okay? A drift is a drift. A drift is supposed to get a place. Drift winning is rare also from there. The 2 is in a better hand, got league races. 0.2, this is 12. The 1 is the 1 is also 1 is a speculation, probably the class 5. Let's see. I like the 2. The 4 is the favorite. J-Mac back to slot. J-Mac is after a long holiday, PC. He'll need some time to get used to with this. He's still in that cocktail mode. He still is a little hungover. And on top of that, I think this is the last week, PC, that we are facing these kind of horses. They are not going to be there from next week. I don't think so. That's I tried. There's no way I can match it with the last year's data. It looks entirely different from what we have now and what we had last year. It is absolutely different. But even then, I think, my YouTube says that from August onwards, it became a lot better. We've gone through a phase last year also during this time when people were not interested in racing. I've seen that last year. This year, it is absolutely concrete that people do not like to race this time of the year for whatever reasons. I don't know what those reasons are. You are in Australia, you'll have a much better idea. But next year, this time, during the month of July, I'm going to take an off. I'm going to go for a vacation next year. Planned vacation for good 15-20 days. I haven't taken a vacation for a very, very long time. I don't even know when was the last time, I had a vacation, like really vacation kind of thing. It's been work. My brain starts freezing at times. I don't know what to do. And by the way, this is not a handicapped race, okay? There's no handicapping on this. There's nothing. This is not a handicapped race. There's either advantages or disadvantages. That's all that is there. And that too is with the highest advantage. That too is with the highest advantage. That's all. I put it into a blog also. So the thing is, whether horse racing is a sport or a game. Is it a sport or is it a game? What do you think, PC? Tuna, what do you think? Is it a game? Is it a sport?
Sport today.
Emily Lang. There you go. All right.
On for young and old.
That's it. Let's take a look at them. Starting with national choice, He's a $6 chance. First go as a rising 8-year-old at a mile maxi, Heathcote and Sutherland.
Yep, so that's the hurdle that he's got to overcome. But Corey claims 3, good draw, so he should get a nice soft time with it. I thought he was good last start, second here, over the 13.50. He was sort of shunted out. Weigel Tiger wanted to get off the fence and away from home and shunted him right out. I thought his run was as good as the winner. He's just got to run with this.
And he looks stunning. He's actually out of a Zatterville mare, Maxie, so maybe.
Yep.
Let's look at Sporting Chance.
It's a sporting game.
He's even longer, probably going to be better once
Yeah,
he
so
gets to 2,000 plus. But he was so good first up at his first start for Jack Bruce. He's a Kiwi, this horse. And he ran fourth behind Tough Damas in a decent Saturday Class 6 a couple of weeks ago. He was sixth in the running line in the field of 8. He made his move early and was going home as well as anything else in that race. So if he can repeat that, because he's been a bit inconsistent in New Zealand, if he repeats that first up run here, then he's hardest to beat, I believe.
October is number 3 from the Chinese Matty Sears. They all could be.
yeah, so the thing is, you're right, PC. It's a grey area, you know. So the thing is,
his form since has been a little bit mixed.
you know, this is what I think.
Here over the 2,000 because he had a torrid run.
The question is whether hunting is a game or a sport.
He had no cover 3 deep,
so hunting is, you know, when people go out and hunt, they say it is a recreational sport, but it would have been a sport if you take out the weapon out of it. If you take out the weapon and there's a man fighting a tiger, that's a sport.
Prior to the last start,
Pure strength.
Okay run, he was good.
But the moment the element of the weapon gets in there,
He's got the right form in a tricky race.
it becomes a game.
Looks spot on for Diana's Affair. He's racing well.
In horse racing here, the weapon is the weight that they carry on the horses.
That's the good, good soft heavy.
So if that weapon is taken out, if there are no weights, it's a sport.
Struggled on that good 4 last start.
But those races are not there. There is not a single race.
Today, he is a track and distance winner, but gee, with Rob Thorburns playing, he's only got 53.
Yes, it is. It has a dual face, PC. How you perceive it is you know, totally on your exposure and experience.
What about Sean?
But you're right. It has a dual face.
Well up north.
It has a dual face.
Good, and then came to Eagle Farm and didn't really get into the race won by Cho Yu a couple of Saturdays ago.
It has a dual face.
Back behind them and just one pace to the line. So
but that's food for thought. Whether it's a sport or it's a game.
Top 4 spot for this fellow. He makes it winning last start. It's a nice map though.
Star, Matty Dillon, Jake Baylor.
Yeah, well, we did our preview. Anthony mentioned there had been some market support. It's been going well on the Northern Rivers at benchmark 58s. This is up a grade or 2 on that, though.
And then we get to Whistling Spirit to round them out. Ryan Tyrrell failed to write down the jockey there, Maxie.
Yes, that was Tiff Booker. Yep. A late rider change there. And look, he can bob up from time to time with Whistling Spirit.
Okay, that's how they looked. The big question, can National Choice run a mile? He looked amazing in the yard, Maxie. Diana's Affair, our favourite, back in triples, are slightly on the drift now as the money comes for your pick, Sporting Chance.
Yes, good to see that. I don't know where he's going to end up from barrier number 10. They want to have him a little bit closer. My map had Drial leading. Look, Whistling Spirit can be handy. It's a Charm Deal can be. Donors Affair can be handy. October can be handy. So they're a bit ugly. For Emily Lang on Sporting Chance, but they are wanting to go forward here. And I just felt if he could slot in somewhere, and he runs as well as he did against Tough Damas the other day, then This is the right race for him. He's a 6-year-old, rising 7 by Dundee. He's only got 28 starts, 5 wins in New Zealand. Over varying distances, 15 up to 2200. Any ground, he's in 308. And his Aussie campaign pretty good with it, like catching 4th last time. So I'll go with him. There he is there. Give it a back. Up. Number 2. Diana's there. Also got the national choice in the mix too because of that last start run, and maybe he's looking for further. And entry are number 6, 2416.
I am with the favourite, which is Diana's Affair over the one national choice. I mean, national choice breaks all my rules. You know what I like about horses.
Yeah.
Once they've had, say, 25, 30 starts, if they haven't visited that trip, they're just no-nos. But of course, every now and do you know what? Most of the time the rule works, but not all the time. Nothing's guaranteed.
No, well, that's what.
And
something to slip through the cracks.
Yeah. And he charged to the line in that 1350 last start national choice. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he does go here today. I mentioned his pedigree and his Abbeville there. It's interesting that he's never ventured to that trip before. This trip.
Yeah, maybe this tries a little bit different. But how many times do you see it when horses are racing well over a particular distance, and then you hear, well, we want to step him up in distance?
It's usually when they get older. I want to run shorter distances when I get older.
Just quietly.
But anyway, we don't have 4 legs, Maxie. But he did look brilliant, I'm going to say, in the yard. But I'm sticking with Diana's Affair because he's really fit. He's coming back to 2,000 metres. He's in, arguably career best form, having put 2 races together. That's something unheard of for him. So I'll go 4 to beat 1. Definitely Sporting Chance. 6, Triali. I really like Triali from the gate and at the weight.
Lee, here is, I don't have the time to show you how. Okay, I'll show you how 4 looks like.
Okay, Bernie.
4 is the favorite, all right? It is the largest drift, and it is here. It is here. It is. This is where they fail most of the time, PC. Lee, this is, you have seen, and I do not know why that happens. I am going to go with 2.
50 cents. One of them star with like $16, but there's been some money for it.
I'm going to go with 2. That's where they fail tremendously.
A little bit. Last 2 loading.
But having said that, the 3 is, giving me a lot of reason to worry.
Not helpful. But it's rather forward. So the first part of the race will be interesting. They're all set.
I don't know how that 3 will work, but
about to get underway in Doomben, and they're off and racing now. Sporting Chance out wide was about midfield away. Triali off the inside, bounced with purpose, and goes straight to the early lead from Diana's Affair coming across. Whistling Spirit showing speed. Gugaz 4th away. Sporting Charm stranded 3 and 4 wide as they make the first turn.
9 is the EW. There's a possibility, PC. 9 is the EW. There's a possibility, but we'll see how it works. There's a possibility of getting in. EW's.
Whistling Spirit, the bowler sits up in second. It's a Charm Deal, 3 wide, pouring on the pressure, going up outside the lead there. And that trio skip away mid-race, but it presents Diana's Affair and Angela Jones with a perfect run in those red and black colours, sitting pretty in 4th. One away Gugaz. Sporting Chance nagged one off the fence. Then came October National Choice, Wonderland Star and Charm Star, well and truly off the bit at the tail end. Tempo's been strong. They reached 600 metres at Triali's top pressure. That first split at 63 and 5. Leads from the outside into Charm Deal. Whistling Spirit, Diana's Affair, pulling 4 wide. Sporting Chance coming 5 wide. Jones and Lang making their runs together. The 2 big guns of the market coming up at the same time. And then came Gugaz. Triali, the 300, led the way. Diana's Affair, Sporting Chance on the outside. They're followed by October, threading the needle and getting a run, but Sporting Chance out wide, reached the lead. National Choice all of a sudden is a danger. Sporting Chance is getting off the track. National Choice driving through the centre, takes the lead. National Choice punched to home, and National Choice back in winning form. Big Sporting Chance. Then over the line was
1-1.
And 4th Wonderland Star. Diana's Affair couldn't come on. Then came at the head of the others. Short and Star, followed by It's a Charm Deal, Gugaz, Driali, and Whistling Spirit. Last home, he won 41.45. Another winner for apprentice rider Corey Sutherland on National Choice, trained by Rob Heathcote. He didn't jump that well, and he was back in the field, but he's been able to finish strongest in the home straight, lapping up to 1660 metres. A smile on the jockey's face. The runner-up there, Sporting Chance, every possible there. He sort of had a few problems keeping in touch. They wanted him closer, but he couldn't. So Emily called it off. She did the right thing. He was presented to win, but he's been outstayed at the end of the 1690-odd metres and been a gap away to October, who stayed on quite well back in distance to the 1660 today. So the placings are 1, 2 and 3. And the
see that 3 got in.
Yeah. At this point, it's 1, 2, 3, but not for long, because here comes National Choice through in the middle, Bernie, and gets up the score very strong on the line.
Yeah, really fantastic, wasn't it? We mentioned that he could be the one to slip through the cracks, and that's exactly what he did here today. So, really great for the owners. I think Ollie's going to join us. I think Rob's still here. So, no, Rob's here, is he? Oh no, Jared's on his way. Too many chiefs to talk to here. Jared's on his way. Really great for obviously the owners. And
obviously, very, very nice.
I'm going to say a fantastic training feed, given that he's just 8 in a few days. This is his first go at the mile. Usually these older horses, they like to run shorter distances as they get older. But
1, 2, 3 and 9.
It's to perfection with this horse. Well done.
Let the apprentices watch master.
Easy, there's the 9.
Right. You don't drop balls like Donald Trump on the golf course, do you?
No, you don't. No.
So what happened is the 4 did not get through. Why? Because that is where they fail. I don't know why they fail from here, but they fail from here. This is not the place for this thing to get in. And the 3, I did not get any. The 3 came in 15th last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I did not have anything to speak about that 3, but that's the leverage on 3. All right. Now, what happened is 1, 2, and 3, and then came the 9. All through the leverage. It is just that the difference is this one was a speculated one. Okay, this one was a speculated. 2 was not a speculation, but they did something. To be honest, they should have been a little more careful about this. It had the advantage; it could have gotten through, but it's just that it did not work. But when we look through the leverage, it is exactly there. This is deliverable, all right? But it is given to 39, so maybe, and it came in 15th. It is not in the right form. And these 2 came in. PC was right about the 9. The 9 did get in, but in the 4th position. But this is where the game was. I had 2. But the 1 actually won. The 4... This is I am trying to figure this thing out so desperately, I can't tell you. Why do they fail from here? Why this place is so disastrous for the drifts to fail? If we race 10 races, out of 10 races, 8 they will fail from here. If this was here, which the 3 was, it'll get in. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 16. 6, 14, 13, 17. All right, this is the 7th one here at Doomben today. We look at the odds, it's 6, 14, 13, and 17, right? If we look through the rails, we get 6 on top. Now, those are fall, these two are stable, these two are promotions. So if we look again, so this is a stable one, okay? Through the DICR, it's a stable one. 46, 45.9, no fall, it stays intact with league races and everything. It's a neutral with the rails and physics, everything is there. They have 14 after that, I think. 14 is here, all right? 14 is here, which is an EW. Can it get in? Of course it can get in. It is an EW. EWs do get in. But what are the possibilities that can actually happen, right? So if we look through the leverage, we get that 11 on top. This is how it looks like, okay? This is a 42 that has a fall. 2 is an increment. 8 is another neutral. Now, this on this could be a little higher, all right? The 9 on 31 could be a little higher, but the 9 on 42 is definitely not higher. The 9 on 42 is definitely not higher. This is okay. This turns out to be a little higher on this guy, which is 14, the highest. 6 is okay, 9.3. And then 8 is here, which is the other one. So there is a strong chance that the 8 will get in. All right. I don't know what will happen to 13. That 13 is again here. And we've just seen what happens to these guys. So that 13 is here. I don't know why, what happens to them here. They fail from this position. I don't know what happens. But through this, if we look, then this is okay, but it has a fall. Okay. It has a fall. It is also a drift. 6 is okay. 6 is okay. 6 is stable. The other one which is stable is this. Gate number 11. 8. Now, the 2 is a little higher. It is there. It is the linear. Okay. It is the linear. The 2 is the linear. It doesn't have the physics to win. Plus, it is a little higher on that. It is 9. So, both of these are checks. Okay. They are in a very, 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 they kind of, hold on 1 second, 13, 8, 11 comes here. That's a drift. 11 stays here. 9 comes up. 40. Zero pressure on this. That's a 6-year-old mare. I don't know if that will work. But this is here. Both of them are drifts. Both are prone to fail from here. Both of them. The other one that is possible is this 12, which is a 38. So this is a 39. This is a 40. This 8 is a 36. Stays neutral. This one has gone through a fall, but still is higher than this one. 12. Gate number 9. Okay, no, the 17 is there in between. So if the 17 is there in between, that's a 46, 41. Is a little fall on this, but it's very high. 46, 46, this is high. 17 is here. 13 is that problem. And 11 comes in next, which is here, 40. That is okay. The other 9 is here, 2, which is a little higher for this, because this one is here. So 6 is okay. 13 probably is, I don't know. I don't want to make a remark whether 13 will work or not, because we have seen this thing doesn't work, this thing not working from here. Okay. We have seen that this thing fails. So, 6 is okay. 17 is okay. That is 5, not 0.5. That is a lot. That is a lot. It fell a lot. I was thinking it is 0.5. No, that's a 5. The 17 is a 5. It fell a lot. So, okay, 9, 10. And 11 is up here. And that's 1.5. The 2 is here with an increment, which is the linear, but it doesn't have the physics. 6 is here. Is 6, 45. And 11. I mean, on papers, the 13 looks good. On papers, the 13 looks good because that's how it stands. But this is where they fail. I mean, I don't know why that happens. This is where they fail. On papers, it looks good, but that's a, I don't know, that probably is something that I don't know what to I don't know what to talk about. And then I think this one, the 17 is a huge fall. It's a 5. All right. I don't know whether it'll be able to work that thing out, but 11 looks like is pretty much there in the game. 11 is there in the game. The 17 has a lot of rebate. The 17 has been assigned no. I mean, it is one of the lowest. So if that works with that, then probably the 17 might get in. The 13 on papers, it looks good, and that is why it is there within the odds. But that's exactly where they fail from. They're also talking about the 14, which is an EW. It's a 28. I don't know how. I mean, there's practically no mathematics on this, on how this can get in there. But it's an EW, and it is quite capable of getting in. So is the 15. In fact, the 15 has more chances. Okay. In fact, the 15 has more chances instead of the 14. Both of them allow that. The 2 doesn't have the thing, plus it's a lot of pressure on the 2. Here, this is good. The 13 looks here on papers, it is good, but this is where they fail. I don't know what to speak. But that 11 is a check. That 11 is quite possible. The 11 is quite possible with that. So it could be this, or this. I mean, it could be 6, 17, 11 or 6, 11, 17, something on those lines. If the 13 fails. On papers, it is very strong. It's got a dedicated jock. It's got management. It's got everything. But this is where they foul. No sign of a greater jock who goes back to last, then gives up straight moves. I don't know. I think PC, the thing is, I do get the handicap on the jocks. All right, so I don't know if this was this is something that we discussed here. So if the horses, they are handicapped, the jocks are also handicapped. And on the basis of who the jockey is, the horse gets an allowance. If it is a rookie jockey, then the horse gets a claim. But the problem is, if we look at the jock, this is the jock, all right. This is where the jock stands, all right. These are the jocks, best of the jocks. Then here it becomes difficult. Then this is all pressure. Then this is all pressure. This is a relaxed situation. This is a relaxed situation. You see, if we do this, it'll be more or less the same thing. So this is where you get the top 3 jocks, and this is where the top 5 jocks are here. The pressure on those jocks. Now, let's say I put money on 17. That jock is here, okay? He's handicapped in such a way that it's very difficult for him to deliver as a jock. But his horse numbers to build up the strategy on that race. As a jockey, you need to know exactly what numbers are you facing, whether you have your own way of analyzing or your own way of looking at it, but you need to have numbers. If you do not have numbers and you're chasing ghost.
Hello, Danny Arch here from Racing TV, looking ahead to the second Woodwood Festival, and it features the feature race. It's the Qatar.
God knows what they're talking about.
Last time out. There's also Aussie representation in the shape of the Kieran Maher train, now Castback Club. Comes in, is on the back of a 6th in the Queen Anne Stakes last time out.
They're still talking about all that. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Just give me one. Okay, I'm back. Dow's, welcome back, Dow's.
Welcome back to Doomben for race 7 on the card. Tony Gollum with the favourite here, Certainly Can. There's a benchmark 7 handicap. It's over 1,200 metres, and of course, Certainly Can is to be ridden by Ange Jones. It does have barrier 1, so I'll get to her shortly. Let's start with the 2, Maxi, Durangotang, Mark Curry, and Bailey Diller.
He's come down the range. All of his 4 runs this time have been into Toowoomba. It's been going well at his past 3. Latest 2 wins in Toowoomba have been solid, and we'll probably look at box seat here, so should get everything possible.
Okay, let's take. We're actually waiting on the 4. It's line class, so let's move on, and we will be waiting on the favourites. So we'll go down the page here. The grey, Milton Road, Matty Gunn, Cody Bigler.
Yeah, he's probably at a pretty good price, I would think, given that his last couple of runs have been quite good. 3 ago, he had 60 kilos, late at 61.5, so he's dropping to 56 kilos today. That's obviously going to help him. Last start, he ran forward behind Flying Shelley at Ipswich, only beaten a little over a length. He sort of basically sat a length off the leader, battled on well under that big weight. So the key to him is getting down in the handicaps. I think he can run in the money.
All right, these other 2 join us now. So let's start with Lion Class, who is the 4. Aidan Thompson rides for Laurie Mayfield Smith.
It's all about the runs he gets throughout. If you can't get covered up on him, he'll pull very hard, as we saw 2 ago on the Sunny Coast in that first race on Caloundra Cup Day. He ran 8 behind Mr. Burst, pulled like a train. Then last start, Corey Sutherland locked him down early, and he just lost it, having to come wide with that wide rail Ipswich, but knuckled down beautifully late. I think today, maybe you can pop him in for cover somewhere. He's got a good finish on him, this guy.
Here's the favourite, and she's behaving herself very nicely today with those blinkers on. Certainly Can from the Tony Gollum stable, Ange Jones.
Yeah, the sun's been out all day today, which is good for her. The firmer the track, the better. And when she gets gate 1, or when she at least find the rails in front, she's a different horse altogether. She's like the Hulk out there. And last start, she drew awkwardly, finished at the tail, but she just didn't have the speed. They had to ride the ears off her. She couldn't get up there. Today, she should be able to lob in front for fun, especially with those blinkers on. She just doesn't want to be annoyed. If she gets it reasonably cheap, she can go all the way.
Okay, we've already looked at Milton Road. Let's look at Tranquil Bay, who's had a fairly long layoff, probably a year actually. Rob Heathcote, Jake Bayless.
Yeah, it's been a long time, so I'm just going to put her on hold at the moment. She is a talent. She's really out of, the top 3 or 4. Recent trial was quite good, but that 11 months is in the back of my mind, so I'm keeping an eye on it today, more so for the future.
Okay, let's look at Yendi then, the 11, Nat Dunn and CJ Graham.
A couple of runs back in May were okay in here. That closing in late was good enough to give her a chance.
Great Aspirations is from the Tony Gollum stable with Ryan Maloney.
Second up spell, has won second up in the past. Now he ran last first up. He was in that first race here a couple of Saturdays ago, won by Hawker Hall. Hawker Hall went straight to the lead. Nothing went near him and won. So the leader's got away with it comfy where he was back. But I thought good the last 100 metres. He could be a knockout chance here.
Tony also has the 14 Gelatin. This is his
Jokes are apes.
Gelding, Emily Lane.
Tony on radio this morning warned that he might not parole.
PC, write something on those thoughts and send it to me. I'll put it on my blog, PC.
Work himself up.
Look at him.
Write something nice. It'll be amazing if you write something on those lines.
Got to give you a little bit of confidence. He's having his first start up here. His New South Wales form is certainly up to giving this a decent old shake. Lots of gear changes. Trainers do with transfer. I thought his first trial was good, and even better at the Gold Coast. He led at the coast, travelled strongly, stoked up and won well. Now, he did lead, but I don't think...
I'll put it with your name.
They wanted to lead, nothing else.
From PC.
Front, so, yeah, looking good.
Yeah. What about Key Legends? Samantha McGurran trains with Damien Thornton.
Coming up in the Northern Rivers, 2 runs back have been okay, but happy to watch today.
And Bright Blonde, round them out.
No, you don't have to be on Facebook. Just send me an email. I'll put it on. I'll put it on.
She's only a one-time winner from 12. I know she's got.
You just send me an email with your thoughts, and I'll put it on. I'll make a separate page for you.
Because she was on heels late. She was finishing strongly, but couldn't.
PC and his thoughts.
Sort of struck the heels of the place getter. So keep us safe.
Okay, Jockey Alex Saddle on the favourite, certainly can, and
I think this is the norm, but only with
yes,
always been
to load.
Going to the gates, but this is a system. Oh, they snapped that.
They knew what they were doing.
Wasn't going to reverse out, was she? So she had to go in first. She drew gate number 1. I see Bailey Williams up on the uprights there, the rider of Dragatang. So what are we doing? I'm with line class number 4, 850. He's remained, well, he was 950 in a point to $1.50, so remains solid in the market. It's just about the race pattern working out in his favour. If it does, he can finish home over the top of the 14 Gelatin. The parade was interesting. It's quiet as a church mouse. I'm expecting good things from him first up on those good trials. Certainly can to lead and be hard to catch. And then Milton Road, one of the a good double figure price dropping at the weights.
I've got Gelatin on top, and obviously there's a lot to learn about him here today, but the market says reasonably confident. She is, of course, is danger. We all know that she's likely to be going to start later on. She's been obviously listed placed. She likes this track and she loves to find the fence, and she does out the gates here today. So outside of that, 1 beat, no beat, and the 4 Lion class. So on 14, 6, 12, and 4. There is Milton Road, and here is David Fallon.
I turned on Mr. Richardson with the button. Ready to break. 7 of 9. It's a movement in the centre of the line. Racing now. Certainly can. Made a good start off the rails. Ellie, bright blonde, fast away. Dragatang with speed. And Gelatin driving through. Ford chasing for an early. Yendi drops in behind that quartet. Then Grand Aspirations. On my line class finding the rail.
4 EW.
Key Legend. 1 beat, no beat, and Tranquil Bay last. Into the first bend. 800 left to run. Angela Jones takes Certainly Can to the lead. And Emily Lang on Gelatin. Right on her outside. The 2 girls vying for the premiership 1-2 mid race. Dragon Tank gets a butte run, 2 behind them in third. 1 away Yendi 4. Milton Road the grey off the track, Black Bright Blonde 6 the rail. Then Lion Class, Grand Aspirations, Key Legend, trying to make a wide run as they approach the turn. Then 1 beat, no beat, and Tranquil Bay last 6 off the lead. On the bend, 350 left to run. Certainly Can wheel for home in front from Gelatin on the outside. And the Certainly Can pitch to break. Then Dragon Tang Yendi, Milton Road, Bright Blonde looking for a runner. And Lion Class headed the rest. Down below the 200. The leader was Certainly Can. Milton Road is running it out wide. Bright Blonde running on strongly as well. Certainly Can in front. But Bright Blonde is chasing hard and will get up. Bright Blonde will beat Certainly Can. But Anne Shotes takes the premiership. She makes history.
17.
In the Brisbane Jockeys Metro Premiership. Then Milton Road, Yendi, followed by Gelatin knocking up Dragon Tag, Tranquil Bay. Well back, 1 beat, no beat. Lion Class, Grand Aspirations. Key Legend last home at 110.99.
Well, the
17, 6, 8.
Frenetic there in the early parts.
And 11.
2 got-on runners Certainly Can and Gelatin, and it set it up for a stalker. And that was Bright Blonde, and that's what this mare can do if she gets the right conditions. Milton Road was good there, dropping in the weights. He learned on the outside as a potential winner. He's only gone down by about 3 parts of a length. So number 17, trained by Billy Healy and by Georgina Cartwright. Bright Blonde has won. Just getting up to be Certainly Can, who did a really good job under the circumstances. She had to beat off Gelatin. She did that. She kicks clear down the hill, but nabbed in the last couple of hops. And then maybe Yendi, is it? Back in 4th spot there, number 11. As we see them turning into the straight.
So the 14 definitely did not, the 13 definitely did not do the job, because it is obvious that it will fail from there. The 17 actually, with that, it is a fall, okay? It is a fall, but even with that fall, it just went through like nobody's business because of the advantage it had. So this, I did not want to go through this because this is one of those jockeys I do not know whether she'll be able to deliver. I did not go with this, but definitely the horse had the advantage. So that 17 went through. Then the 6. Then the 6. Then came 8. Then came 11. So the 8 and 11 both were there. The 17 I did not have the courage to go with. But it looks like should have gone with that. Should have gone. So the difference is this, that, both of them are 46. This is a fall, this is a stay. This one was with advantage. And this was under pressure. So both of them were 46. Fall, stay, pressure, advantage. And the 8 and the 11 we spoke of. The 8 and the 11. Bad. This is the worst one, I think. The 8. All scratched. 3, 4, 6. 7, 8, 9, 14, 17, 18, scratched. 2, 1, 10, 5. Okay, here is the 8th one. And if we look through the odds, it's 2, 1, 10, 5. 2 is the favorite. Then 1, 10, and 5. If we look through the leverage, then this is where they stand. Those are, this one definitely is a huge one. The 10 is deliverable. So 2 is okay. But that's not the problem. The problem is 13. Now, why 13 is a problem is because it is a 72. And it almost has nothing on it with an advantage, apart from an advantage. It's a 72. It's an open race. If we look at what the 13 is on papers, on RaceNet, then the 13 came in third 3 weeks ago at Doomben. Today, the problem is that it is here. So let's understand what are the problems that are there. The 2 is the favorite. The 2 has a very deliverable leverage. This thing is the right odds. All right. Now, problem with 2, there are 2 problems with 2. One is it doesn't have this side of the rails. It doesn't have the physics. It's a linear. It's one of the linears. It is like the second, the fourth or this fifth linear, which is here. It doesn't have this side of the rails. That's the first problem. The second problem is this is a colt. This one is a colt, and there's no sign of a dedicated jockey. So I don't know if that colt will run. The leverage is quite deliverable. It is not that it cannot be delivered. It is a very deliverable. 10% is fab. Okay. 10% is fabulous. 10% can be delivered. This cannot be delivered. This is at 23%. This is not it. Then they have the 5, which is here, which is a fall of 5%. It's a 62. The problem is the 13. What is that 13 doing here in this race? It has been given a very strong challenge. It is not that it is going to be easy for 13. It's a 3-year-old gelding, and the fall is at 7. So this is where they basically, this is where the adjustment is. This is where the adjustment, the DICR is the adjustment of the challenge. So the higher it is, like when it is like this, it becomes, there are 2 things which are here. One is a challenge, and the other thing is a fall, a genuine fall. Like drop in grades, drop in class, and all that. So I am not sure how to differentiate between all that. It is not, I don't know that yet, how to do it, but I'm trying to look for it. But that's what that thing is. Okay. So these are all falls. Up till here, it is all fall. This is a gain. The 1. But the gain is at 23%, which is bad. I don't know what class this they are defining. They're calling it an open race. So there are, I can see 49, 58, 60, 60, 45. Then there's a 72. These are the spells. This is the rating that my sheet gives. All right. This is way more dynamic than the one which is available on RaceNet. This is progressive. The one which is there is not progressive on RaceNet. You'll see this is how the mathematics is done, and that is exactly where we know what are the possibilities. So this is a very strong horse, and it is here. And that 2 is the favorite, which is a colt. Then they have this, which is there, which is at 23%, and then these are with the advantages. Okay. So if you look at this at 10 and then you look at this at 1.6 with a 72, it doesn't make a good place to be. The challenge is strong. It's a very strong challenge. But it is unmatched here. That 72, even after the fall, that is the highest. Even after the challenge and all that, still it is the highest. So I don't know what to say. I am not going to get into it. I don't like the entire structure of this. This is a very strong challenge. I know that 13 is a very strong challenge. The 2 is doable. It's at 10% doable. Very much doable. This is very high. So it is the 2, which is a 58 at 10. Then we have a 62, which is, well, here it is. Let's see where it is standing. It's not the largest drift. This one is not the largest drift. The largest drift is here, the 16. All right. Now this is a good position for the drift. This is a good position for the drift. If the drift was here, it would fail. Generally, that is what happens. But if the drift is here, then it is a very strong position. So that 16 is there in some way or the other, and how that will work, I don't know, but it is there. It's like the same challenge, but it's a 47 and this is a 72. I don't know what will happen here. The 5 is in a better position, but they failed from here. So this 13 is a check. The 2 is a colt. It is not a dedicated jockey. If the 2 runs, it has the leverage, which is not an impossible task. It can deliver this. For a horse like that, 10% is okay. But for a horse like that, 1.6% is a dynamite sitting there. That 13.
The track downgrade today, the rain continues and they're locked and loaded. Ready for race 6 in the rough and racing, and the favourite jump below, jump well with Prima Bella the outside, and the pair goes strong.
8 win Warwick Farm. There's the 8 running, PC.
Braveheart being restrained from Mabel, and Bodacuna settled back last of all. Prima Bella taken to the front by Jason Colliner, out by 3/4 to Jump Below with Iron Will, 1 off the fence third. 2 further back to Braveheart on the outside of Mabel, and 2 lengths away to Bodacuna. So Jambalaya has gone right up on the inside. It's Jambalaya racing to a narrow lead from Iron Will, and Prima Bella in a 3-wide position. Braveheart stalks. Then came Mabel and Bodacuna as they straighten up. Jambalaya closest to the fence from Iron Will, and Prima Bella on the outside. Braveheart's got plenty of room to go through it. Good enough. Prima Bella moves up on the middle of the track. Looks to be doing the better. And Prima Bella races.
Boom, 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 boom.
In a second, but Prima Bella is going to win again. Prima Bella by a length of break.
Boom, busy.
Third, Jambalaya fourth. Then came Bodacuna, and Mabel was last to finish.
8, 4, 3 and 5. Prima Bella picks up victory number 4 at start number 7. Third win of this preparation. Back-to-back successes and yet another good performance at the 1,000 metres, albeit a couple of wins earlier this prep at the 900 there at Newcastle. Taking it from the provincials to the midweeks and in the preferred going today. Braveheart appeared to be all over their heels at the point of the turn. He was desperately looking for a gap, Zach Lloyd, and in the end he took the gap to the inside. I can't help but feel, had he been able to extricate to the outside, the result may well have been different, because Braveheart's run in what we can now identify as the non-preferred and has been beaten a length or so in the end. Iron will run third. The 5 will ultimately run fourth, Jambalaya, having, again, been stuck towards that inside up on speed. Nick?
Good performance from Prima Bella, and she's just made a habit of winning this preparation. As you've touched on, that's her third win from 4 starts this prep, and she's got a genuine liking for these testing conditions too. She's now had the 2 runs on heavy tracks for 2 impressive victories, and Matthew Smith's just done a great job with her all the way through. 7 starts for 4 wins and a minor placing.
Boom, BC.
I'm not sure whether she's capable
That was
of
fabulous,
further than,
this one.
1,000 or 1,100 metres, but you don't need to. There's plenty of races in that distance range, and she's just going from strength to strength. So of the beaten brigade there, I thought Braveheart was perhaps a little bit unlucky, just had to switch back to the inside part of the track, which probably wasn't the place to be. Iron Will, a horse that over the course of his career has enjoyed wet tracks, has scored a podium finish. But good performance from Prima Bella.
Yeah, one thing that I really liked, and I might ask Matty Smith and Ali can then ask Jace about it, and they pinged out, could have crossed, in fact got 3/4 of the length in front. I feel as though Jace has almost said, no, you guys can come up along the inside. I'm happy to sit out 3 deep and in the preferred going there on the point of the turn. At one point he got headed, but at least he got to the right part of the track. Matty? Prima Bella thrives in these conditions, admittedly, but that's a lovely jump up after a couple of provincial wins this prep.
Super good to see her come to town and get the job done. Just in the right place at the right time today. Loves the wet track, and she's nice and fit. Good ride by Jason.
Was there instruction to Jason to maybe, even if you do have the speed to cross, to maybe sit out a little bit wider?
Well, I wanted to interfere, but the way he's riding, I just sort of kept right out of it. Left it to him.
That was a good choice, I think. How do you reflect upon the season, mate?
It's been a great season for us here. Second best season. Great effort by all the staff and the team, both at Luscombe Park and here in Sydney at Warwick Farm. So, very proud of the team. It's been great.
Make next year your best.
Hopefully. Thanks.
Well done. Thanks, Matty. All right, here's Ali with Jace.
We were just having a laugh that Cooks were just letting Jace know that they wanted the colours to be kept clean, and that's exactly what you did there.
Man, it's steaming. Like that horse came out from a sauna.
She looked as though she was comfortable just sitting out there on her own.
She was, yeah. She performed good on the heavy track last start. She's in really good form. She put a couple of givers through now. Obviously, we're fortunate with the scratchings. It's a low pressure race. Complete control around the turn without. Don't be surprised if I run down.
There in a purple patch, keep going.
Yes, thank you.
Well done. On staying clean too.
Yeah, he certainly did that. Well done to Jason Collin. Well done to Prima Bella as well, having a fantastic preparation as we've touched on. So a winner at 900 metres twice, up to the 1,000 today, and picks up that 4th career victory, and prize money now goes north of 100,000. So she's doing a fantastic job, the 4-year-old from Matty Smith, and she'll be adding to that, you would think, in the future. 8, 4, 3 and 5. Braveheart, a run with merit. I reckon if you send them both to the same spot in the straight, there's not much between them. Iron Will and Jambalaya filling out the top 4. 8, 4, 3, 5.
Mare Prima Bella, that's a 4th win from start number 7. And look, you can't do much more. She actually beat in flight on debut back at Wyong in November 2023. That's good form. She's gone on a roll, 4 from 7 now. So, terrific effort there to win another one. And that's a first city win. She's been winning at provincials, Wyong, Newcastle. So first city win for that mare. We'll take her page a little further as well. So, good result. Matt Smith does a great job with his team. I hosted an open day for his staff and clients there on Sunday. Great support, does a terrific job with his team. Okay, let's leave it there. We'll head back to Warwick Farm later. There's still 1 to come, and we've got 2 to come from The for race 8. Best race of the day, this one. Sabre the Dream and Mr. Bianco. They're having a really good battle for favouritism. Let's get to the track.
Welcome back to Doomben. It's time for race 8 on the card. And the best race of the day, of course, it's brought over from Saturday's meeting. It is a 3-year-old handicap over 30-50, so a Saturday grade race. Mr. Bianco was the favourite. That was taken over by Sabre the Dream. Mr. Bianco first max here. Paul Shayla, Ryan below. This Paul's been waiting here since the first race, I think, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it has been. But the first winner, and this horse has been waiting since the Cooney on Ipswich Cup Day for something to go right. He had before the trip to Caloundra Cup Day when he was favourite for the Winx Guineas. He had to be scrapped, no suitable jockey. And then he was here on Saturday, had to go home because the race was transferred to today, and he's probably getting close to going for a spell.
Yeah.
Paul, he hasn't been backwards in coming forwards and saying the horse hasn't given him any indication at all that he needs a spell. So he was really good last start under the circumstances here at Doomben when he ran fourth to Noble Decree. He can be shuffling in the gates. He missed the kick of length and then he pulled hard and then couldn't get into the clear. So hopefully he jumps better today, goes forward like he usually does, and surely he's hard to beat.
Okay, here is Sabre the Dream from the Bevan Munning stable with Jaden Lloyd.
Looks fit, doesn't he?
He does.
He's had 2 barrier trials. He hasn't been asked for any supreme effort. They've been sort of nice trials. And he was terrific. It took him a run last preparation, but after that coast run, he went to Eagle Farm and won very impressively. He didn't have those winkers on, by the way, in those trials, but they're on. He's got his game face on today. He's definitely hardest for Mr. Bianco to beat.
Ostrondo is solid at 750. Rocky to go Ange Jones.
Bit hit and miss, isn't he? At the rear, a win.
Yeah.
At the rear, third. Almost at the rear. He's going to get another good run in transit here. He drew a good gate last time.
They've taken the lead on him, I know.
Yeah.
He used to be sort of back of the run.
Well, I think from the gate today, they didn't chance just to really get comfortable. He's a bit better than what we've been seeing of late, but these two are the top.
10 Good Reasons is solid at $7. Jack Duncan, Taylor Marshall.
It'll get a little while for this horse to hit his straps because he's been very hard going. So Jack performed a master stroke. After he ran third first up at Doomben in a maiden 1200, he popped him back to the 1000. He didn't get a chance to overrun. Finished strongly, and then he ran second last Saturday week at Eagle Farm behind Lead Beyond. Taylor did a good job of sort of locking down as well as he could. He still wanted to be a little bit keen, so it's all about him switching off here, which is not going to be easy for the 1350, but he's a nice horse, he really is.
Okay, what about Zen U? An $18 chance for the
Zen.
Michael for Pal Stable, Montana Saboteur.
Yeah, Michael's got this filly going quite well. She was really good against Facundo last start. She was up on pace outside leader and battled on really well.
Aquateer is a 12, Gary Dougherty, Jake Bayless.
It's been up on pace. Went okay 2 ago behind Andy Azonte. So just wondered today whether they might just revert back to
Five Force is from the Kelly Schweeder stable in a point in Lane.
Had a couple of runs over a similar trip to this trip last start, and it's going nicely, Five Force. No weight on his back. I think he's a player here.
Chloe Wells rides Hello Lovely for Danny Bagor.
Had a lovely one at the coast 2 ago, and then up on speed last time in the race, not like Big Flame. Got a good draw, no weight. Should be up there on the speed all the way.
Red Feather Boa is the 16, Lindsay Goff, and Siobhan Rutledge.
Only Win was in a Sunny Coast Maiden, and was okay again last start. Seemed to have a chance. This is
All right, one away traffic here for Save the Dream, 270 into 245, Maxie.
And the other fellow, Mr. Bianco, has gone the other way, $2.90 up to $3.40. But I think these two are the class horses here, and I think they'll fight it out. I'll stick with Mr. Bianco. Number 1, Ryan Maloney takes over today. We know that this horse hasn't been straightforward throughout his career. He's had lots and lots of different gear changes. Thought he trialled beautifully at the coast. Prior to going to the Cooney, where he was really good at Ipswich Cup Day. He sat up on a really fast tempo and managed to give a good kick and win. Spoken about him going to the Sunny Coast for the Winx Guineas. Fortunately, he didn't start because they didn't have a suitable rider, and he was here on Saturday all ready for the last race on the card, or second last. What was it? The last race, the last year. And they cancelled it, so he's had to go back home. But I just hope that he does everything right today, jumps well, strides forward. I know he's got a big weight, but he did carry that big weight last start when everything went wrong. He carried the 61, I thought, quite strongly to the line. Definitely Save the Dream, number 2. Others, I've got 10 good reasons. Number 10, slightly awkward gate, and then number 5, a stronger. He should get a nice map here. 1 over 2, and then 10 and 5.
I am with the 2, Save the Dream. Obviously, it's looked great in those recent trials. I think 1350 is just a perfect kick-off point. We saw him return, I think, at 1200 on a heavy 9 last preparation, which he didn't really like. So 1350 lets him find his mid-race mojo, get into a happy spot, and hopefully be doing his best late. You go back through his form, he beat Run Lucy Run, who at the time was in great form when he won that mile, with 60 kilos on his back. And next start he beat Treats, Levi and Dupino. Dupino was the winner here on Saturdays. I think there's slightly more depth to this horse's form, and that's why maybe we're seeing such a push for him in the market. But there's no doubt about it.
It's the first female to win the Brisbane Jockeys Metropolitan Privilege. So a moment in history here at Doomben today was taken on the runaway with that as far as the training side of things is concerned. Last few coming up now. Next Save the Dream will be the last one to move in. Always brings up Save the Dream. It's been heavily back to win this race first up. At the start of Brad Richardson has a complete line. Turns on the red line. He's set for the second last race. Shuffling out wide, racing now. In the end, they began well, although Save the Dream was stone marvellous last set after the start. Didn't begin all that well at all. Plenty going for the early lead, including the second favourite, Mr. Bianco. Hello, Lovely, Red Feather Boa keeping up there, and Fire Force. It's out 3 and 4 wide. Speed strong. Astrome popping in fifth, the rail, then came Zignu. Followed by Aquatia, Save the Dream, and 10 Good Reasons. Settles in last position. They make their way to the first head, just over 800 left to Rana. Hello, Lovely, kept out Mr. Bianco, who sits up in second, and Fire Force obliged to race 3 wide. Strondo's giving a cosy run. Fourth the fence boxing, in fact. Then Red Feather Bow and Zenu Saving the Dream. He's in some traffic, third last in the rail, with only Aquatia and 10 good reasons behind him. The first foot is strong, 44.29. Mr. Bianco poking ahead in front of Hello Lovely as they approach the turn. Fire Force always wide. The Strondo's sweating on a run, so is Red Feather Boa. Then Aquatia, Saving the Dream. The Jock's going to try and pitch inside runs. And to the outside, 10 good reasons, and Zenu drop back. Mr. Bianco strode to the lead of the straight. Saving the Dream still experiencing traffic issues. Aquatine running on. Astrono getting a rails run. And 10 good reasons chiming in now. Astrono on the inside. 10 good reasons the outside. They'll find it out. 10 good reasons for Astrono. They reach the line. 10 good reasons, I think, from Astrono in a photo.
10.
Mr. Bianco third. Fourth, possibly the unlucky Saving the Dream. He had a chicken run on the straight. And Aquatia Zenu, followed by Fire Force Red Feather Boa. Hello Lovely, last save is 120 and 59.
Well, Jack Duncan's got a nice horse on his hands here in 10 good reasons. On the rear, but as David said in the call, he checked the clock coming towards the bend and he said they're going fast. And you look back at this horse, he was at the rear but probably half giggling to himself. And he sprinted quickly on the outside to pick up Estrondo, who wouldn't give it away. And then I think Mr. Bianco, did he hold down third? He's done an almighty job there. There was a lot of pressure on him up in the van there with the 61 kilos on his back. And it looks as though his class has got him into third there. World gets fourth, and that was Aquatia. Yeah, Saving the Dream was... He sort of, when the gates opened, he sort of went forward just before the gate opened, and then was on the back foot.
10 by 1.
He sort of rushed up to maybe just behind midfield. And Jaden's looking for runs on him, and not much was happening. But the last 100 metres, the others sort of got away from him, the other quartet there. So we'll have to reassess that and have a look at it again, Save the Dream. But it's all about this horse, 10 good reasons. Jack Duncan was in the winner's circle with Golds on Saturday. In fact, Bernie, I saw Jack a couple of Saturdays ago. I said, what are you doing with this horse, 10 good reasons? Are you going to sort of start him again from that wide gate? And he said, well...
So what happened is the two as a colt, it did not have a dedicated jock, and it's very difficult to work with colts, so that did not happen. The one was very high. The 13 was up for a very bad challenge, so that did not work. That's -7 is difficult. I took a chance on that as an EW, but even then that did not work. So that's a bad one. That's the highest. The 10, on the other hand, went through 10, 5, then 1. Why? Because that was given it was the linear, had the physics, and this was one of the smallest. So the 15 was actually the smallest, but the 15 was out of luck. This went through. One of the smallest. $16. I wanted to step out of this one because I did not have any clarity. 9, 11, 14 and 17. All scratched. 3, 7, 4, 10. They literally are letting the leaders on a big track. The same is happening here as well. I think because it is soft, it is also becoming a little trouble. But this is what we deal with. 3, 7, 4, and 10. So this is the 9th and the last one here at Doomben today. If you look at the odds, it's 3, 7, 4, and 10. 3 is the favorite. It is the linear. It is a 284. Okay. And then 3, 7, 4, and 10. Now, if you look through the rails, we get 16 on top, then 3, then 12, then 5. Alright. Now, here is the thing. The 3 is like that. The 3 is like that. The 3 is on 18%. It's a class 3. So what we are dealing with is around benchmark 68. Is approximately benchmark 68, 70 maybe. But that's high. That's not only high. This thing is difficult. You need a jockey with this. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The jockey is missing. And that's steep. So that is not happening. Okay. Then comes these two, 4 and 16. And the 7 is here, which is a 5-year-old mare, which is one of the lowest. This is a 34. 4 is also a 34. 12 is... it's difficult for 3 to deliver. Difficult. The 16 is a fall of 5 that I tried, that did not work. But here the 10 actually went through, even with fall of 5. Okay, there was a 3-year-old gilding on a 1350. This is the same distance, so all of them are fall. This is the only one which is a gain of 1, which is a 29. I don't know what to make of this. It has got 1 league race. This is an EW, which is there. Now here, the 4916 is a fall of 5. That is the highest spell. 3 is like that. 4 is at 98, which is a 34. And then comes 16. The EW. This is a check. Let's check what 16 has done. Came in second 3 weeks ago. No, that is the previous race, sorry. Came in 5th 3 weeks ago. This thing came in 5th 3 weeks ago. Okay. $29. 12 came in 4th 18 weeks ago. Not a bad idea. Eight came in second 3 weeks ago. Gated 8. These are the lower ones. These are the lower ones. But this is still 36. This is still a 36 with a dedicated jock on this. Though the jock is one of the worst. This 36 is at 18. This 36 at nothing. And in between, we have a 49, which is this. EW. I'll take an EW any day over a drift. The other one is here 6, 33, 34, 9. 4 is also good. 4 is also good, but where does it stand? 4 stays here. Who is riding 4? Four and 16. The 4 is here, which is the largest drift. It's not within the rails. It's got the physics side of it. It's not there. Here the jockey is a problem. It's a lot of pressure on that jockey. Here also the jockey is a problem. I don't know why, but it is going on negative. Probably there is a penalty on this jockey, or there's something on those lines. There's something that I can't look at right now, but there is a, it looks like there is a penalty or something on this particular jock. This jock is bad. Definitely it is one of the worst jock, but it is one of the best horses. And here so 3 is not happening. I don't think so. 3 is happening. 4 or 16. Let's see what they have to speak. Let's see what they have to speak about those two horses. 9 win Warwick Farm PC.
I'm not sure how he's still on the stable of horses.
I am so sorry. I think it already raced,
It's a very
PC.
poor win record he's got, but he's been hanging in there. He must. He's obviously got I've got a bit of a soft spot in my heart for him there somewhere. But he's been a frustrating horse because he doesn't win often enough. But it's good to get another win out.
That said, I mean, there's a couple of ways for it. Yes, 3 out of 40 going into today probably doesn't read that well for a horse of his ability. But in the money now, 27.
Oh no, it's going to race.
Suddenly that reads pretty well. And similar with the wet tracks, you know, that's 2 wins and 7 minors in 11 starts on heavy. So while there's only been the 2 wins,
13 won.
He is, and he's always and I get kicked him in the hump. So Floyd we call him, but that was I was trying to convince Jason to go right up along the inside, but he didn't want to borrow that, but he wasn't too far off it.
He wasn't too far off, and I tell you what, he's been able to do the job and get the job done. Well done to you. I know that there's a fair bit of work going into all of them, but especially the replicant Jace. He can walk on water, and clearly he can swim through some mud too.
You certainly can. Not so clean now, are you, Jace?
No. It's good effort by the replicant. It's not a... His win record isn't great. But he's honest. He's just hit places, but yeah, struck a nice small field.
12 bets, 3 wins, 31. Fabulous, PC.
Yeah, it was a very good day. Yeah, nice to end the season well. Yeah, good day on a crappy day.
Way to go.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Jace has had a great season, and so too Joe Pride. Congratulations to all of our trainers and jockeys over the course of the past year. We celebrate another season gone by. Mick, James McDonald, takes out another Metropolitan Premiership. He just continues his remarkable record, and so too that man, Chris Waller. They were dominant once again, but so many other stories in behind too.
Yeah, exactly right. And no doubt Jason Collett will be pleased to take some momentum into the new year. He's been riding in fantastic form over the course of the year and in particular the last week or so. And horses just seem to travel for Jason, particularly on these wet tracks, don't they? He's one of Sydney's top jockeys, no doubt about that. But he does get a lot of really good results when the rain's falling.
He's essentially said, I'll go to the inside, but not hard inside, Joe. And you know what? He got the button.
That's a part that we all live with. Easy, I've stopped complaining.
And we will wind up here today from...
I've stopped complaining. There's no point talking about that. It just makes things worse. But that's something that we are all living with, and I don't know how to get around.
Baker's stables are talking point, I think. They picked up their 90th victory today. It's been a remarkable trip for them. Thank you to Metro Mick. Appreciate having you here.
I just hope that they come up with a robo-jock. Like we had a robo-cop.
11-3 and 2. Until next time.
100% ROI. Then you have to just choose maybe a couple of races. Easy. Just a couple of races every day.
We'll leave it there. Then we've got one more race to come from Doomben, then 4 more extra a little bit later on.
Just a couple of sure shots that you know. I mean, your intuitions are fabulous. So, I mean, if you choose just a couple of races where you know that this is spot on, I think you'll get that. Jockey is a problem. There's no other. How will you tackle this? We are not riding; they are, and they're champions of slaughtering the right horses. I don't know what they think. Actually, do they actually think? I mean, is that an activity that they are aware of, that you also need to think? I don't think so. They're going to get fired very soon, I think. Somebody is going to come up with a brilliant idea of a, horse race without these moron jocks. Things would be a lot more precise. Some technology company is going to come up with that. This cannot be like this. I mean, there's annually, I think it's more than a few $100 billion that are rolling here on the racing circuits. Dow's 9, stand down. Leaving a few $1 billion on these morons' hands are like... $16 is getting tailed.
The horse, negotiate your prize money split with owners, and cheer your horse home on Sydney's biggest race day.
Now, getting tickets, it's easy. Open the tab app, select the Kosciuszko from the menu, choose your tickets, and hit confirm.
Done. Your tickets are automatically registered.
For very in person, you can grab your tickets at the local pub, tap betting agency, or any electronic terminal. Just remember to register them at thekosciuszko.com.au.
14 tickets will be drawn for the slots in the $2 million showdown here at Royal Randwick.
Want to be at Randwick? Form a syndicate with mates. More tickets, more chances.
Your adventure starts with one ticket.
Get yours now. The Kosciuszko awaits.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Okay, Doomben race number 8, their final race, and they're on the way to the start. Kick-It-In along is your favourite, 240, so let's get out to Bernie and Maxie with a amount of yard trial.
Well, welcome back to Doomben for the last race on the card, race 9. This is for the girls. It's a fillies and mares class 3 handicappers over 13 metres. Kick-It-In along is your $2.40 favourite. And Oceans of Energy, the first girl to take a look at here from the Matt Dunn stable, Jake Bayless.
She's back a little bit in class on that first up run at the Sunshine Coast behind Mr. Vertus. She drew a nice barrier, seemed to get into a nice position, but didn't really finish off, just held in the straight. So that was first up. She should go better second up today.
Okay, let's have a look at this favourite Kick-It-In along from the Tony and Maddie Sears stable, Rod Thorburn.
Yeah, I think that's a key point. The apprentice claiming 3. So back to, 55 and a half. Well placed here. She's got a good record. 5 stars, 3 wins, 2/3. First up, she was third to Sicilian here, under 60 kilos. Just battled a little bit, just gaining ground slightly over the final part. So I think it's a good move. Jumping her up significantly in distance to 13.50 today, so she gets plenty of ticks.
Okay, let's take a look at Walsh Bay now from the Chris Corey Muntz stable, Siobhan Rutledge to ride.
Filly by Deep Field, she was good first up. She's obviously returned in good order. She did have a perfect trail from the inside gate, but sprinted through on the inside to get up and score.
Okay, let's move on to Nightcaps, Jack Bruce and Emily Lang.
Firmer in the market. Her last start was 4th at the Sunny Coast, a Sweet Proposal. It was pretty much put off a Sweet Proposal, as there was a lot of on-pace pressure, and it was clear that this mare was desperate to be in the first couple. Now, I thought held on okay under the circumstances.
Here's Sunny Disposition, Darren Bell and Bailey Wheeler.
Got a Winning Hope is a track and distance winner here back in, 23rd of April. Since then, form's been good. You'll see Blot of the copybook last start with a 10 attempt for Sunny Coast, but not her fault. She seemed to be in a nice position halfway up the straight, but was literally knocked down. It was bad interference, so obviously she couldn't recover from that. So she's back to 1350 metres. Yeah, I'm interested in her a fair bit here.
What about Flying Shelley, David Van Dyke and Taylor Marshall?
Everything should pan out perfectly for this mare. This is the first full preparation she's had under the guidance of Van Dyke. She went second to Bond of the Fair first up, good. And then one last start at Ipswich after being handy again. That's the beauty of her. She can position nicely from that good draw, and she'll get a winning chance thereafter.
Here's Divine Gem from the Brendan Jones stable, Nathan Thomas.
Been really consistent. Only 2 wins from 24, but been second or third a further 11 times. Been racing well at Gatton. This is a little bit harder, but the speed map looks to be in her favour.
Simply Amazing will be the 10, Desiree Forster, Andrew Million.
Only lightly raced, 4 starts, 2 wins. Both of those wins have been this time in, or only 2 starts for Desiree. She's a filly by So You Think. She won at Ipswich on a heavy 8 and then went to Ballina on a bottomless heavy 10 and managed to win again. So certainly she's got great heavy track stats. She might have been flatter getting onto those very heavy tracks, but we'll know more about it today. But she's going for 3 wins on the trot.
Poochek's back from the Robert Heathcote stable. As soon as you turn 50, it comes in the mail.
Yeah, 2 unplaced trials there. Just happy to watch her today. She She might want something a little further.
The ninth on chair is the 13, Sean Dwyer and CJ Brown.
Going well. I thought she stuck on quite well behind Metallica, then dipped her over the 1,000 last start, over near the inside there at the sunny coast. I think up to the 1350 is better for her.
Kamaraya is the 15, Rob Heathcote and Ange Jones.
She won well at Gatton. She was stamped urgent to lead, beat Divine Gem there, and she's led her the past couple. Not quite up to it. She could be one of the on paces here today, but she needs to be going a bit better.
Yeah, and what about Entrecchiato? This would be good if she could race well for trainer Kevin Martin and Carl Zegner.
Yeah, usually back and running on, but she actually was right up there on the speed leading last start here and ended up being overhauled late. So that looks okay for her, not much weight to carry. She can improve on that.
Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. Kickatin along is the $2.60 favourite. So she has eased slightly since we started that yard. So what are they back?
I'll be out.
Oceans of Energy, 9. So yeah, disposition. Everyone really divine. Let's go.
We're just getting a good look at this chestnut man.
4 has the best chances, PC.
Decisive.
4 has the best chances.
Yes, it was.
7 lengths.
Yeah, but I was just thinking last start when she was here, she had 60 kilos, and she doesn't have 60 kilos.
I don't know about that, but 4 looks like it has the best chances. I don't know what to make of that jockey. Why there is a penalty on that jockey? I don't know why it is going on negative. That's why I just wanted to stay out, but 4 has probably the best chance.
I've got 7 in the mix too. David Van Dyke's been flying Shelley, but visually her getting a beautiful run up on the place.
3 is difficult.
Same position, she's been flying.
It's not only difficult, it is very difficult.
Forget, she copped a bad bump and couldn't recover, obviously. So keep her under notice here, and then Walsh Bay was really good winning first up at the Gold Coast.
I am with the favourite here, Kick a Tin Along. I think that, it's all about the trip and the drop in weight for her here. So I'm going 3 to beat 6 Sunny Disposition. I do think she's got loads to offer back to
4 and 10. 10 is the other neutral, possibly.
And also the 13, the on chair. It's no money for her here today, but she's shown enough potential, I think, today. So 3, 6, 7. 13 as we get to you, Anthony, for the last time today from Doomben anyway.
Okay, Bernie, thank you. Tickets in along 260. That's about the best price we've been throughout betting. So just getting a little soft late, but still like the most popular runner over sort of over 50% of all bets on Tickets in along. 750 about flying Shelley. Walsh Bay is a $9 chance. Then we've got Kojak at 12, Sunny Dispositions at 13. And Night Capped at $14 has been a lane. It's actually the 4th most popular runner outside the top 3 in the market. But kick it in along, despite being a little soft. Still your favourite, 260. David for the last.
Racing. The favourite began ordinarily kicking it along. It was in the second half of the field. Has to be pushed hard to make ground. Divine Gem won the start. Flying Shelley's got speed. Nightcap 3rd away. Kick it along. After the average getaway, landing in 4th at the first call in Camaraya. Although Walsh Bay and Trecchiato simply amazing. Gognole on share drifting back to the second half of the field with Bootcheck. Then Oceans of Energy and Sunny Disposition is last of all. Into the first bend, 800 left to run. Divine Gem, 1 length Flying Shelley. Camaraya on a 3 wide course. Kick it in along. Sitting pretty, 4th one off the rail. And Nightcap 5th defence. 3 wide, simply amazing, but does have cover in the middle part. Walsh Bay in midfield seems to be going okay. Then in Trecchiato, Bootcheck, Gognole on share, Oceans of Energy, and Sunny Disposition. The first 750 and 44.78, a genuine tempo coming to the turn. Just over 400 left to run. Divine Gem, making every post a winning post, tries to slip them around the bend. Flying Shelley with a big bolding face up to second. Simply amazing running on Midnight Cap. Where's his favourite? Kick it in along. Near the inside, so it's some work to do. Walsh Bay and Oceans of Energy are sweeters. Divine Gem in front from Flying Shelley. Simply amazing. Walsh Bay on the outside. Race changing complexion. Simply amazing. Driving to the lead. Walsh Bay after it. Too late. Simply amazing.
10, 4, 8.
Divine Gem 3rd and 4th is Trecchiato.
PC.
Flying Shelley on chair. And tickets in line.
10 for 8.
Oceans of energy. Check that captain set his position.
10 for 8.
35.
So 10 for 8 and possibly 16 there in Trisciato.
16?
So we see simply amazing.
Yeah, 16.
Forster written by Andrew Mannion, getting up to score by a head.
I did not get support on that 16. I wanted to go with that.
Divine Jim did it.
Boom! PC.
Held on, and Trisciato, number 16, has locked into fourth place.
If I had the option of laying this horse, my platform does not let me lay horses. If I had the option of laying the horse...
3 wins on the trot. She'd had just the 2 starts in New South Wales, 2 unplaced runs at Newcastle and Scone.
Where is that 3?
Forster. She won at Ipswich in a maiden. She went there to...
Now talking about all that, what will happen? That 3 was the... I mean, if this was about, a year back, I've lost so many races because of these linears. The linears are very vulnerable. They are very vulnerable. This is not going to work. So what happened basically is that 4, 10 both got there. The 16 I did not get a little thing on that, but 4, 10 definitely got there. And the 8, which was here. So a drift. This was a drift, okay? This was the largest drift, and it was placed here rightly. And this one was not the largest. This is actually the largest was 13. This one. This was okay, but that did get there. This one was bad. I stayed out because I did not get a little support on the 16. If I got a little support on the 16, the jock was bad. I was not able to understand what's going on with... See, this going on negative is a bad thing. And the 10 was a long shot. The 10 was a long shot. It was a very good hand that actually went through. This was... gate number 13, but that's more or less how it played. It'll not work if it is like that, So basically what is happening is this is what I am thinking. So I've got a few other stuff going on, like. This one. So there's a thing called the base, all right? So the base is coming up. I don't know how and how this thing will react with different class of races. We've kept it on test, and there is this other one there are 2 others which are here. These 2. So see, so these two are basically one is the perception of the game. So generally, this is how the perception of the game should go. This is how the perception of the game should go. And then this is the distortion. So this is where we get the distortion, and this is where we need to look. So one is the game perception, the other one is the distortion, and then we have a base. So we'll get a little more clarity once we start with a new season and we start getting the right horses. Right now, we are dealing with very difficult horses here They're coming after a long time, long vacation, and all that circus is going on. So, well, we're trying to do this. We are trying to do this the right way. We will see how it works. This is no fluff, all right? This is pure mathematics, pure physics. We are trying to achieve one thing and one thing only. We need to know what they know, whoever has designed this. This is not designed by us. This is a product which has been designed by the racetrack. Doomben has designed this. So we need to get the first-hand information, and we need to ensure that, you know, we are able to make the right judgments on that. So far, the leverage is a thing that we have, that we can easily assess a horse whether it is going to work or it is not going to work. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We're going to be back racing on Saturday again. We've got Flemington coming up on Saturday. So I think that'll be fun, Flemington. And thank you so much for being there, ladies and gentlemen. Especially, you know, I know there are a lot of people who are in this channel who have subscribed from very difficult places like the Latin America, Venezuela, places where it is almost early morning, midnight right now. I do not have the right words to express my gratitude. But thank you for being there. Everybody who has subscribed, thank you so much for being there. We're trying to do something here. If you like, please come back and we will race together again. And thank you so much, PC, my friend. I can't thank you enough. Without you, this journey would have been very difficult, my friend. Thank you so much for being there. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend.